Chapter 35-31. Princess Qianqin stood up, looking anxious. She shook her head at Fang Chen. Even though she hated Yuan Lai, the latter's strength was too terrifying. A rank 5 Holy Emperor could unleash the strength of a rank 6 Holy Emperor. He was a terrifying opponent. Hence, she did not want Fang Chen to take the risk for her. "Don't worry, I'm here." Fang Chen smiled at her and waved his hand, asking Princess Qianqin to come to his side. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light pierced through the air, shattering the air in front of Princess Qianqin. The latter had just lifted her foot when she froze on the spot. Princess Qianqin is an important guest of the Purple Bamboo Garden. "Are you really going to do this?" The purple-robed disciple threatened. Seeing this, Fang Chen shrugged and ignored the murderous gazes of Yuan Lai and the others. He walked straight towards Princess Qianqin. "Come back with me." Fang Chen grabbed Princess Qianqin's wrist and turned around to leave. "How dare you!" Finally, the purple-robed disciple could not hold back and attacked. His body floated in the air like a great rock spreading its wings. Every single movement he made would bring about a huge gale and a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fang Chen. "Hand of lightning and fire." Zicheng roared and stretched out his hands. With the flames of lightning, he slapped Fang Chen's back. "Be careful!" Princess Qianqin exclaimed. Fang Chen stopped and stomped his foot. Sword armor instantly formed and covered his body. He then threw out a punch at lightning speed. Dong! The two fists collided and shook the sky. Terrifying flames shot up to the sky. In the sea of fire, two figures stood proudly. Yuan Lai's eyelids twitched and his brows furrowed even tighter. Bang! In the sea of fire, Zicheng could not resist and fell to the ground. The flames that shot up to the sky also dissipated instantly. The white-robed disciple and the others hurriedly looked over and saw that Zicheng was vomiting blood and had lost his ability to fight. Some of the weaker disciples felt their throats dry and could not say a word. This was too shocking. With just a single punch, he was able to heavily injure the disciple of the giant fire peak, Zicheng. How much power did that require? Moreover, the most unbelievable thing was that this person's cultivation was only a 3rd-level Holy King. Fighting across 2 stages? Every small realm in the 5-element sacred realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The gap between them was huge. The difference in origin comprehension between a 3rd-level Holy King and a 5th-level Holy Emperor was unimaginably huge. However, Fang Chen did it. Outside the Purple Bamboo Academy, many giant fire peak disciples had gathered. They looked into the distance and saw this shocking scene. Heavens, senior brother Zicheng actually lost to Fang Chen? This guy is simply a freak. Too freakish. I wonder if senior brother Yuan Lai will be able to defeat him. Many people began to talk about it. At the same time, they were also very curious. After defeating Zicheng, Fang Chen's calm gaze fell on Yuan Lai. "I don't want to be your enemy, but if you continue to be like this, then let's talk with our fists." Senior brother Yuan Lai. The other disciples surrounded Yuan Lai, waiting for him to make a move and suppress Fang Chen's arrogance. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Lai took a step forward with an imposing aura. He stood with his hands behind his back as if everything was under his control. From the beginning to the end, he had never treated Fang Chen as an opponent. In his opinion, the latter was just a new disciple with slightly greater potential. This kind of greenhouse flower would never know to keep a low profile without experiencing life and death situations. Well, after being away for so long, many disciples in the sect seemed to have forgotten his existence. "You have great potential." They thought that Yuan Lai would directly suppress Fang Chen, but who would have thought that he would actually say such a thing? For someone like you, cultivating in Juyuan Mountain is a waste of your talent. Why don't you come to the giant fire peak? In the future, you can enter and leave the Purple Bamboo Academy as you please. Yuan Lai continued, "I will treat you like a brother and help you cultivate." Everyone suddenly understood. Although he said he was a brother, he was actually a servant. To let a new chief disciple be his servant, this Yuan Lai's tone was too arrogant, wasn't it? Everyone was a little excited. The more it was like this, the more it indicated that a fierce battle was coming. They really wanted to see the battle between Fang Chen and Yuan Lai. Would the new chief disciple be stronger, or the veteran disciple? Let's wait and see. Hearing Yuan Lai's words, Fang Chen also nodded gently. What you said makes sense. I can agree to your request, but can you really help me cultivate as you said just now? Fang Chen asked. Some disciples sneered in disdain. He was so domineering just now, but didn't he bow in the face of benefits now? Yuan Lai narrowed his eyes. Although I am not the chief disciple of the giant fire peak, I still have some connections. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you. As long as you can give me 10,000 origin pills, or give me a few invincible saints' secret techniques, I will reluctantly come to your Purple Bamboo Academy to cultivate, Fang Chen said with a smile. The disciples were stunned. What kind of joke was this? 10,000 origin pills, even the giant fire peak master couldn't take out that many. Besides, even if he could, he wouldn't give it to him alone. As for the secret techniques of the invincible saints, it was needless to say. In the huge God's Fall battlefield, the invincible saints were already the top existences. There weren't many invincible saints in the entire heaven-defying alliance. Every secret technique was a priceless treasure. How could it be given away casually? Fang Chen's request was simply asking for an exorbitant price. He was deliberately humiliating Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai's face was cold as he looked over. What's the point of this? Fang Chen shrugged. You were the one who invited me to cultivate. Now that you can't fulfill my request, what else is there to say? Yuan Lai nodded. He finally understood that Fang Chen had been playing with him from the beginning. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Yuan Lai said. I, Yuan Lai, may not be strong in my life, but no fellow disciple has dared to humiliate me like this. Can you, a new disciple, bear the price of my anger? Boom. Yuan Lai opened his palm, and a terrifying airflow swirled in his palm. Everyone knew that Yuan Lai was completely enraged. Last time, a disciple provoked me. In the end, his arms were broken by me. His path of cultivation was cut off, and he died of depression. Yuan Lai still didn't make a move. He was accumulating power and using his power to oppress Yi Futian. He wanted to force Fang Chen to bow his head in front of everyone. Only in this way could he crush the pride in the depths of his heart. Fang Chen was still very calm when he felt the cold aura coming at him. He motioned for Princess Tianqin to step back and face Yuan Lai alone. Be careful. Princess Tianqin was a little worried. Seeing this scene, Yuan Lai was even angrier. The woman he valued was flirting with another man in front of him. Good, very good. After I defeat him, you will stay in Purple Bamboo Garden forever. You will serve me, water my flowers, and sweep the floor. Chapter 35-32. A dignified giant fire peak disciple has such tolerance. Yuan Lai wanted to regain his face, so he asked Princess Tianqin to look after Purple Bamboo Courtyard for him. But in Fang Chen's view, this was simply nonsense. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. The only way to solve the problem was with fists. HMPH, who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at senior brother Yuan Lai? The previous white-robed disciple retorted coldly. A loser has no limit to losing face. You, the white-robed disciple, still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Yuan Lai. He took a step forward with an imposing aura. Fang Chen was not to be outdone and stepped forward. I really want to know how strong the new chief disciple of this batch is. As Yuan Lai's voice fell, a terrifying aura rose into the sky. Above his head, a fire dragon circled. A disciple recognized this secret technique and cried out involuntarily. This is one of Giant Fire Peak's secret techniques, Thunderfire Purgatory. Oh my god, it's really Thunderfire Purgatory. Yuan Lai has actually cultivated this secret technique. It's too terrifying. What has Yuan Lai experienced all these years outside? All the disciples were dumbfounded. Giant Fire Peak had 3 top secret techniques, and any disciple of Giant Fire Peak could cultivate them. However, it was too difficult to cultivate them. Over the endless years, there were very few disciples who had cultivated Thunderfire Purgatory. Boom! Yuan Lai was not careless. He used his trump card, Thunderfire Purgatory, and the thick fire dragon in the sky contained an extremely strong fire origin. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out flames, rushing towards Fang Chen. Crash. Fang Chen took out a long spear. This was a saint treasure found in the Sumeru ring of the No Demon cult's disciple after killing him. The hidden star sword was shattered, causing him to have no suitable weapon, so he could only use it. Primordial Chaos Sword Art. Although there were some restrictions to using a long spear to perform a sword art, the attack power was still not weak. Poochie. The long spear carried a sharp aura as it pierced into the fire dragon. Immediately, the fire dragon in the sky started galloping. Crack. A crack appeared on the long spear. Fang Chen's body was forced back. However, at this moment, Fang Chen did something that no one expected. He gave up on the spear and stomped his feet. With a leap, he jumped onto the fire dragon. Wang. His entire body was covered in sword armor. At the same time, he was enveloped by the power of the origin of metal, temporarily blocking the attack of the origin of fire. Roar. The fire dragon constantly swayed, trying to shake off Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to drip his half-perfect blood onto the fire dragon. Roar. The fire dragon let out a miserable cry, and the flames flickered as if the fire dragon could collapse at any moment. Courting death. Yuan Lai soared into the sky. His body merged with the fire dragon, and he clashed with Fang Chen. In an instant, a sea of fire engulfed the heavens and the earth, completely enveloping Fang Chen and Yuan Lai. On the giant fire peak, many disciples could not see the battle clearly. It's too scary. The lightning fire purgatory is really strong. The lightning fire purgatory has 9 levels of attack. I wonder which level has senior Yuan Lai cultivated to. No matter what level it is, it's not something that Fang Chen can contend with. None of the disciples on the giant fire peak had high hopes for Fang Chen. Princess Tianqin clenched her fists and bit her red lips. She was very worried. Boom. A berserk energy descended from the sky. The terrifying fire dragon suddenly dissipated. 2 figures quickly descended and stood on the ground, facing each other. Their bodies were slightly battered, and their eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Who won? Many disciples were curious. Who had won this battle? The atmosphere instantly froze, and the air was filled with an invisible aura. After a long time, Fang Chen moved. He glanced at Yuan Lai, turned around, and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he left with Princess Tianqin. His leaving just like that. He barged into the giant fire peak alone and caused havoc in the purple bamboo garden. Senior Yuan Lai is letting him go just like that. Some disciples were puzzled and looked at Yuan Lai. However, they were shocked to find that there was a trace of blood at the corner of Yuan Lai's mouth. There were also burn marks at the corner of his clothes. News of this shocking discovery spread like wildfire. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Even though they did not know the result of this battle, they knew. However, everyone knew that Yuan Lai was injured. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. After the news spread, the new disciples were all shocked. And the disciples on the giant fire peak were spreading some negative news about Yuan Lai. What an interesting guy. In the other courtyards of the giant fire peak, some powerful disciples grinned. Fang Chen's strength has exceeded my expectations. His potential is indeed very strong, and he deserves to be the chief disciple. As for Yuan Lai, although he has been wandering outside, his improvement is not that great. He has not completely mastered the lightning fire purgatory. It can be said that he lost because he underestimated his opponent. It can be considered a lesson. Of course, there were also some veteran disciples who were extremely dissatisfied with Fang Chen. Among them was the second disciple of the giant fire peak, Yang Xian. Bang! In a courtyard, Yang Xian slammed his palm on a stone table with a gloomy face. A new disciple dares to cause havoc in my giant fire peak. Who gave him the courage? And that Yuan Lai, I thought that his strength would have improved after he came back from training outside. What a disappointment. He was prepared to rope in Yuan Lai, But now it seemed that there was no need. Investigate all information about Fang Chen. He wants to use my giant fire peak to become famous? Dream on. Yang Xian said. Of course, this matter had also reached the ears of the giant fire peak's master. The latter smiled meaningfully and did not say anything. The matter of Fang Chen charging into the giant fire peak alone was still fermenting. But as the person involved, he did not care at all. Origin Gathering Mountain, 9th Step, 8th Cave Abode. Princess Tianqin's face was apologetic as she hesitated to speak. On the side, Lunatic Li gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. He had never admitted defeat in his life, but in front of Fang Chen, he did not even have the courage to chase. It's just a small matter. There's no need to be like this. Fang Chen raised his head and glanced at Princess Tianqin. The latter's cheeks were slightly red as she lowered her head. Senior brother Fang, Yuan Lai is a vengeful person. You stepped on him to become famous this time. He will definitely not let it go. After the excitement, Lunatic Li calmed down. Fang Chen shook his head. It's fine. A mere Yuan Lai is not enough to worry me. But, there's no need to say any more. I have my own plans, Fang Chen said. By the way, help me find out if there are any Saint Stage artificers in the Heaven-defying alliance. The hidden star sword was shattered and urgently needed to be repaired. This was the most important thing. Chapter 35-33. Giant Fire Peak, Purple Bamboo Garden. After everyone had dispersed, Yuan Lai used his remaining strength to set up a formation and completely sealed off the garden. After doing all this, his body fell to the ground with a bang. Senior brother Yuan Lai. Zi Cheng and the white-robed disciple exclaimed. They immediately supported Yuan Lai. The latter's body was clearly trembling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yuan Lai sat on the stone bench and recovered for a long time before he recovered. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his face was extremely gloomy. No one dared to disturb Yuan Lai as they all knew that he was in a state of rage. Thump thump thump. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of Purple Bamboo Garden. Immediately after, a figure suddenly appeared. Everyone looked over and found that it was the second disciple of Giant Fire Peak, Yang Xian. Even Yuan Lai hurriedly got up and cupped his fists towards Yang Xian. Senior brother Yang Xian. Yang Xian waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down before his gaze fell on Yuan Lai. I watched your battle from the beginning to the end. Hearing this, Yuan Lai was a little ashamed. This matter is my fault. I lost face for Giant Fire Peak. Yuan Lai said. Yang Xian shook his head and said, Fang Chen's strength is much stronger than you think and his potential is very strong. To be praised by Yang Xian like this was enough to show that Fang Chen's potential was unparalleled. However, he should not have stepped on Giant Fire Peak. Changing the topic, Yang Xian said coldly, your strength is not weaker than his. You only underestimated him and lost. No one has the right to tarnish the reputation of Giant Fire Peak, even if he is the new chief disciple. Yang Xian looked meaningfully at Yuan Lai and said, I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. You should know what to do. Thank you, senior brother Yang Xian. Yuan Lai said gratefully. He knew very well how terrifying Yang Xian's methods were. If it was in the past, Yang Xian would definitely punish him for losing face for Giant Fire Peak. Not long after, Yang Xian left and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother Yuan Lai, that guy is a little strange. This matter needs to be discussed at length. The white-robed disciple said. H, my Giant Fire Peak is not so easily bullied. After Yang Xian returned to his residence, an evil voice echoed in his mind. Isn't this too hasty? Yang Xian seemed to be talking to himself. H, what do you know? That guy's potential is too great, and he was even received by the upper echelons of the Holy Ji Palace. He will definitely be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Such a monster must be killed as soon as possible, the evil voice said. Yang Xian shook his head. If I am exposed, all the plans will fail. Don't worry, with your position in Giant Fire Peak, there are many people who support you. Just leave it to them. Yun Luo Peak. Flowers and grasses swirled in the air, and birds soared in the air. Fang Chen was still shocked when he ascended Yunluo Peak. The Yunluo Peak did not have the solemn aura of the giant fire peak, nor did it have the air filled with the smell of sex. It was like a paradise, making people feel very warm. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Just as Fang Chen was in a daze, a bell-like voice came from behind him. Fang Chen turned around and saw that it was Lu Lanxi. Today, Lu Lanxi wore a hollowed-out black miniskirt, exposing her sexy legs to the air. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she walked toward Fang Chen with light steps. "I'm talking to you." Lu Lanxi waved her hand in front of Fang Chen. The latter understood and felt a bit awkward. "The Peak Lord of Yunluo Peak is looking for me." "You're really something," Fang Chen said. "You're pretty capable, aren't you? All the disciples are talking about you now." Lu Lanxi looked at Fang Chen mockingly. "You broke into Giant Fire Peak alone, overturned the Purple Bamboo Academy, and defeated Yuan Lai. What a monster." In the end, even someone as arrogant as she had to admit that the guy in front of her had improved too quickly. Thinking back to the first time they met, he was just an ordinary disciple in the yin-yang origin realm. In order to comprehend the origin of metal, he had come to ask for a jin-yang herb. Now, he had stepped onto Yunluo Peak as the leader of the new disciples. The gap between them was too big. Even a proud girl like Lu Lanxi felt a ripple in her heart. She looked at Fang Chen with a strange look, and there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. What a coincidence. "I'm also going to see Grandpa. Let's go together." The two walked side by side like a couple. From time to time, there would be envious looks. "Isn't that Miss Lu Lanxi? Why is she walking with Fang Chen? Is the rumor true? That D*MN guy, how could he do this to our goddess? No, it's definitely not true." There were some discussions in the crowd. Fang Chen pretended not to hear. He secretly glanced at Lu Lanxi, who blushed but quickly recovered. When passing by the square, Xiao Fan saw this scene. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but on the surface, he looked very gentle and quickly walked over. Lu Lanxi nodded at him and wanted to go around him. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Xiao Fan said with a smile. "It's only been a while. She has become prettier again." Lu Lanxi was disgusted by Xiao Fan's praise. She grabbed Fang Chen's arm. "Let's go. Grandpa is still waiting." Fang Chen was stunned when she grabbed his arm. Xiao Fan's face completely darkened. His tone was heavy. "Even if you don't like me, you don't have to reject me like this." He spread his hands. "Besides, how am I not better than him? He's just a new disciple. Even if he was lucky enough to get the first seat, so what? Since ancient times, there have been countless disciples in the heaven-defying alliance. Many disciples with great potential died young and couldn't grow up. And he, not to mention those talented disciples, even compared to the disciples of Yunluo Peak, there's a certain gap. I really don't understand." "Shut up," Lu Lanxi scolded. She let go of Fang Chen's arm and turned to look at Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, I don't like you. I hope you can stay away from me in the future. Also, I didn't use Fang Chen as a shield to reject you. We're just friends." "Friends?" Xiao Fan chuckled and stared at Fang Chen. "If you know what's good for you, stay away from she. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." Fang Chen didn't have a good impression of Xiao Fan. How dare the latter threaten him? Idiot. With a sneer, Fang Chen walked straight to the garden. Xiao Fan wanted to be angry, but Fang Chen had already disappeared. Senior brother Xiao Fan. A disciple walked over. After a long silence, Xiao Fan said calmly, "Set up the cloud fall formation." Many disciples' expressions changed. They guessed Xiao Fan's idea. Isn't he arrogant? Then I'll show him the unique skill of Yunluo Peak. In the garden, the master of Yunluo Peak was fishing. A fish was struggling on the hook. When Fang Chen and Lu Lanxi came in, they happened to see this scene. "Grandpa, you're amazing," Lu Lanxi said with a smile. "You little girl." The master of Yunluo Peak shook her head and patted Lu Lanxi's head lovingly. Then she looked at Fang Chen and said, "Do you know why I called you here?" Fang Chen shook his head. 2/3 of the Sky Sword Peak Master's life slip is broken. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed greatly. The Sky Sword Peak Master was looking for the No Demon cult's lair to avenge him. Now that he heard this news, Fang Chen was very worried. Can you confirm the Sky Sword Peak Master's identity? Fang Chen asked anxiously. Boy, you still have some conscience. The master of Yun Luo Peak said, according to our speculation, the Sky Sword Peak Master should have found the No Demon cult's lair. When he took action, he was trapped in a dangerous place and is being suppressed by the No Demon cult. This, Fang Chen's expression turned ugly. Even the heaven-defying alliance couldn't confirm the Sky Sword Peak Master's location. Peak Master, is there a force behind the No Demon cult? Otherwise, why would they dare to attack the heaven-defying alliance? Fang Chen asked. This matter is a little complicated, so it's a secret for now. I called you here this time to ask you to do me a favor. Please tell me, Peak Master. Not long ago, our elders in the secular world sent back news that they found a very large fire marrow mine in that area. Many forces around wanted to get involved, even the Lin family of the Central Territory wanted to get involved. In the end, all the forces reached an agreement to let the younger generation of disciples go and fight for the ownership of the mine. And the disciples sent must be 7th-level saints or below. This time, the heaven-defying alliance will send some 6th-level Saint Emperor disciples to fight for the mine. You just have to follow them. Your cultivation level is low, so the disciples of other forces won't pay attention to you. This way, you'll have enough time to find the fire marrow crystals. Fire marrow crystals? Fang Chen was puzzled. Peak Master Yun Luo explained that the fire marrow crystals were formed from the essence of the fire marrow. They contained extremely powerful energy. One fire marrow crystal was worth tens of thousands of fire marrow. Peak Master Yun Luo looked for Fang Chen to secretly look for the fire marrow crystals. We already have some clues about the Sky Sword Peak Master. The reason why I'm telling you is to give you some pressure and make you work hard. This battle for the fire essence vein will also be a form of training for you. Fang Chen nodded. Disciple Fang Chen will not let Peak Master down. It's urgent, so we'll leave in 3 days. Before we leave, do you have any requests? Fang Chen thought for a while and told Peak Master Yun Luo that he wanted to repair the star-hidden sword. That's simple. Give me your broken weapon. I'll go find old Wu and ask him to refine it for you. Fang Chen took out the broken star-hidden sword, the blue extreme divine stone, and the broken longevity pill and gave them to Peak Master Yun Luo. Hey! After seeing these 2 items, Peak Master Yun Luo was also surprised. Chapter 35-34. After returning from Yun Luo Peak, Fang Chen had been cultivating. 3 days later, he would go on a mission. This mission would be very challenging for him as he would fight with the top geniuses of the major forces. Although he could protect himself with his current strength, his realm was still too low. Yun Luo Peak Master had already contacted the weapon refiners of the Heaven-Defying Alliance for him and told him that weapons could be reforged in 3 days, which was good news for him. After thinking carefully for a moment, Fang Chen began to cultivate. His current realm was stuck at a bottleneck and it would be difficult for him to break through in a short time, so he could only work on secret techniques. The last scroll of the Apocalypse painting could not be found, so he could not cultivate it for the time being. As for the Chaos Sword art, he had reached a bottleneck. In the end, he fixed his eyes on the Invincible Sword art. This swordsmanship was a sword Dao that he had created himself when he was still young and insignificant. The reason why it was named Invincible Sword Principle was that he had an invincible heart. However, as time passed and he became stronger, the Invincible Sword art could no longer satisfy him, so he rarely used it. But now, he had mastered the origin of gold and had a deeper understanding of Sword Principle. Buzz! Fang Chen instantly immersed himself in the world of Sword Principle. His body was filled with terrifying sword qi. Although his eyes were closed, there was an unusually cold aura being released, giving people a palpitating feeling. Yun Luo Peak. In a certain courtyard, a deafening sound suddenly broke out, followed by excited laughter. Crash! This movement alarmed most of the disciples of Yun Luo Peak. They stopped cultivating and looked up. Soon, they found that the sound came from Xiaofan's courtyard. The sound came from senior brother Xiaofan's courtyard. Did senior brother Xiaofan break through? Let's go and see. Many disciples quickly came to Xiaofan's courtyard and looked inside. Creak. The door opened and several of Xiaofan's confidants walked in. They saw Xiaofan, who was surrounded by a terrifying aura. Above Xiaofan's head, there was a handprint that seemed to have existed for a long time. Looking carefully, the handprint had complicated patterns. This is. Seeing this, their faces changed. Dark Ice Rune, it's the Dark Ice Rune. Has senior brother Xiaofan mastered the Dark Ice Hand? At this moment, Xiaofan opened his eyes. Whoosh! Xiaofan took a deep breath as an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect the last move of the mysterious ice hand to be so mysterious. Xiaofan shook his head and sighed. If he hadn't been stimulated by Fang Chen, it would have been very difficult for him to master the mysterious ice hand. Thinking of Fang Chen, Xiaofan's eyes turned cold. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being impolite. Congratulations, senior brother Xiaofan. They smiled. Soon after, a piece of news came from the Yun Luo Peak. Xiaofan challenged Fang Chen, the chief disciple of the new disciples. As soon as the news came out, all the disciples were shocked, and the new disciples were in an uproar. They did not understand why Xiaofan, the resident disciple of Yun Luo Peak, challenged Fang Chen by name. However, there were some people who knew the inside story. They knew that Xiaofan did this because of Lu Lanshi. Even Lu Lanshi was stunned when he heard the news. Xiaofan. Her red lips moved slightly, and she said with hatred. That day, Lu Lanshi found Xiaofan, but the latter hated Fang Chen so much that this battle was unavoidable. Xiaoxi, this has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. I'll wait and see if he is as arrogant as the rumors say. You. Lu Lanshi was very angry, but it was useless to say more. He turned and left Yun Luo Peak to find Fang Chen. When she came to Juyuan Mountain, she was told that Fang Chen was cultivating in seclusion, so she did not see him. The matter had been brewing, but Fang Chen had not responded. Many disciples began to discuss whether Fang Chen was afraid. He did not dare to accept the challenge. In short, there was more and more negative news about Fang Chen. Giant Fire Peak. Yang Xian and Yuan Lai had faint smiles on their faces. It is said that Xiaofan has mastered the mysterious ice hand and his strength has skyrocketed. I wonder if Fang Chen dares to accept the challenge. Yang Xian shook his head and remained silent. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Swoosh. In the Sword Dao world, terrifying sword qi ran through heaven and earth. It carried an incomparably powerful pressure as if it was going to destroy the void. Every time Fang Chen made a sword move, the sharp metal sword qi in the void would stack 1 layer. When he made 9 sword moves, the sharp metal sword qi had stacked up to 9 layers. Boom! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the long sword flipped. The power of the origin of bacteria in his body surged out and blended with the sharp metal sword qi. It instantly exploded, and a terrifying wave of air impacted the Sword Dao world. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed in Fang Chen's mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his primordial spirit returned from the Sword Dao world. This move has fused the origin of advancement, the advantages of the previous sword moves, and stacked 9 layers of sharp metal sword qi. It can erupt with incredible power in an instant. Fang Chen put away the long sword and muttered to himself. Not long after, he named this sword the Sword of Sharp Metal. It was also the 12th move of the Invincible Sword technique. Strictly speaking, this was the first creation of the Invincible Sword technique. I've gained a lot by changing my way of thinking. The transformation of the origin of metal into sword qi and then stacking it, its power was not simply multiplied. Fang Chen was enlightened, and felt that his understanding of the origin of advancement was getting deeper. Whoosh! After calculating the time, he realized that today was the day of departure. Let's go and find Miss Lulan. So far, he only knew a little bit of simple information, and he did not know the specific details of the mission. At the foot of Juyuan Mountain, someone saw Fang Chen and instantly exclaimed, attracting countless gazes. Look, senior brother Fang Chen has come out of seclusion. I wonder if senior brother Fang Chen will accept the challenge? Xiao Fan is the personal disciple of Peak Master Yun Luo. He is powerful and has cultivated for a long time. It is unfair for him to challenge senior brother Fang Chen. If it were me, I would never agree. As long as there is life, there is hope. Senior brother Fang Chen has unparalleled potential. If he tolerates it now, he will definitely trample Xiao Fan under his feet in the future. Most of the time, the new disciples did not want Fang Chen to accept the challenge, while the veteran disciples were waiting for Fang Chen's response. Seeing so many gazes, Fang Chen was a little confused. What happened? After understanding the situation, Fang Chen frowned. Xiao Fan challenged me? He asked. I wonder how Xiao Fan plans to challenge me. Senior brother Xiao Fan can choose at will. This was an insult to Fang Chen. Choose at will? Fang Chen smiled darkly and shouted from afar, if that's the case, then let Xiao Fan and I fight at the same level. Compared to Fang Chen, Xiao Fan only had a slight advantage in terms of level. However, soon, a message came from Yun Luo Peak. Fang Chen, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, just say so. Why do you have to do this? My high level is my ability. Your talent is poor and your level is low. Do you want me to wait for you? Even some of the veteran disciples felt embarrassed when they heard this. Fang Chen sneered when he heard this. As a disciple of Yun Luo Peak, you only dare to challenge a disciple whose level is lower than yours. What is this? Don't you have any shame? Fang Chen did not give Xiao Fan any face and said bluntly, Humph, whether you accept the challenge or not is up to you. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then get lost in the future. Xiao Fan shouted. All the disciples looked at Fang Chen. He thought for a while. Then he refused directly. I refuse. As soon as he said this, angry roars came from Yun Luo Peak. I am not your father. Why should I satisfy your request? If you really want to fight with me, come and beg me. Fang Chen said shamelessly. The surrounding disciples were speechless. This guy had asked for the details of the challenge, and judging from his tone, it seemed that he was going to agree, but in the end, he said this. It turned out that this guy had been toying with Xiao Fan from the beginning. What a fierce person. He is too fierce. This is simply a slap in the face. Xiao Fan challenged him but was humiliated. There was an uproar at the foot of Juyuan Mountain. On Giant Fire Peak, Yang Xian and Yuan Lai were also stunned and then looked at each other. This guy is not stupid. Boom. Above Yun Luo Peak, a dazzling light pierced through the void and burst out. It's Xiao Fan. Someone exclaimed. Was Xiao Fan finally going to make a move? Whoosh. Whoosh. Feeling a strong gust of wind, Fang Chen stopped and raised his head. Dong. The ground shook and a terrifying aura raged. Xiao Fan appeared from the dust. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Fang Chen. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked. You know why I'm here, Xiao Fan said coldly. The air was filled with a cold aura. What? Are you trying to force me to agree to your challenge? Fang Chen did not show any weakness and looked at Xiao Fan. If you're a man, accept my challenge. Otherwise, stay away from Xiao Shi, Xiao Fan said bluntly. He could not blame Fang Chen for taking his golden flame grass, and he could ignore his arrogant attitude, but he would not allow anyone to get close to his woman. Yes, in his heart, he had already decided that Lu Lanshi would be his cultivation partner. Fang Chen. Just as they were about to draw their swords, an ethereal voice came. Everyone turned and saw Lu Lanshi walking over. It's about time. We can set off. Lu Lanshi ignored Xiao Fan and said to Fang Chen. Boom. Hearing this, Xiao Fan was completely furious. You're courting death. Xiao Fan fiercely struck out with his palm. Traces of patterns appeared on the sparkling and translucent palm print. Xiao Fan. Before Fang Chen could make a move, Lu Lanshi took the initiative and blocked the attack. Fang Chen could feel that Lu Lanshi's hand was trembling slightly. There were some wounds in her palm. Yun Luo Peak's secret technique, mysterious ice hand. Xiaoxi, are you okay? Xiao Fan asked hurriedly. Xiao Fan, take care of yourself. With that, Lu Lanxi took Fang Chen's hand and turned to leave. Xiao Fan's anger, which had been suppressed, exploded again. He looked at Fang Chen furiously and clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 35-35. At this moment, Xiao Fan exploded with unprecedented anger. Flames spewed out of his eyes as if he wanted to burn the entire world. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Let her go. Finally, in his rage, Xiao Fan attacked. He directly used his strongest technique, the mystic ice hand. The terrifying rippling palm print carried infinite power and rushed towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen felt helpless. At this time, Lu Lanxi also realized something. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Her white hand left Fang Chen's palm and she was about to attack to stop Xiao Fan. However, at this moment, a large hand stopped her. Leave it to me. Things had already reached this point. Xiao Fan would not let it go. Fang Chen did not have time to continue wasting time with him. Instead of this, it was better to solve the problem once and for all. Boom! Sword armor condensed around Fang Chen. He gathered power in his fists and collided with Xiao Fan's palm print. In an instant, the two collided and a deafening force exploded. Buzz! Everyone was shocked to find that Xiao Fan's mystic ice hand was easily broken by Fang Chen. The silver ripples on the palm print were actually disappearing one by one. Everyone was shocked. However, Fang Chen was not surprised. He secretly used the power of a talisman master and condensed many talismans. With the power of the talismans, he destroyed the ripples on the palm print. Naturally, the palm print was broken. Crack! Finally, amidst the exclamations, the palm print was broken. This also meant that Xiao Fan's attack was completely blocked by Fang Chen. Mystic ice hand? It's just SOSO. Fang Chen stood calmly and looked at Xiao Fan calmly. Miss Lu Lanxi and I are just friends. However, you have repeatedly measured the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. You even tried to kill me. I originally wanted to ignore it, but you kept pestering me. In this case, I will fulfill your wish. At this point, Fang Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Didn't you challenge me by name? Then, I accept your challenge. Of course, I never accept a challenge without a reward. Prepare your reward before you challenge me. Let me remind you, my time is limited. You'd better hurry. Fang Chen's words were out of everyone's expectations. Even Lu Lanxi was stunned. Then, she quickly walked to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen, you don't have to do this. She felt a little guilty. The reason why Xiao Fan targeted Fang Chen was because she was too close to Fang Chen. It could be said that this matter was caused by her. She even regretted using Fang Chen as a shield to disgust Xiao Fan. After all, Xiao Fan was the personal disciple of her grandfather, Peak Master Yun Luo. Although he was not the chief disciple of Yun Luo Peak, his strength was not to be underestimated. Now that he had mastered the mystic ice hand, his attack power was even stronger. Lu Lanxi was worried about Fang Chen, so he stopped him. Xiao Fan, I know what you're thinking. It's impossible between us. Just give up, Lu Lanxi said coldly. Because of him? Xiao Fan was burning with anger. Lu Lanxi shook his head and said nothing. This scene angered Xiao Fan even more. He raised his eyebrows and took a step forward with an imposing aura. Good, very good. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Fan waved his sleeve, and 3 pills suddenly appeared in the void. These were the origin pills that everyone dreamed of. I'll use these 3 origin pills as the reward. If you win, the origin pills are yours. From then on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. But if I win, I don't want anything from you. I just want you to get out of the heaven-defying alliance. Xiao Fan said fiercely. Okay, I promise you. Fang Chen said lightly, let's fight here. Lu Lanshi still wanted to stop him, but after seeing Fang Chen's determined eyes, he stopped talking. Brat, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a violent wind blew in the void, and the terrifying origin energy crisscrossed. Xiao Fan once again used the Mystic Ice Hand, but this time, it was slightly different from before. Mystic Ice Hand, Ice World. Xiao Fan shouted, and the accumulated power in his body suddenly burst out. Then, he suddenly clapped his hands toward the void. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled, and a layer of silver-white light covered the world as if it was frozen. The onlookers were shocked. They felt the cold aura coming from underground and quickly retreated. What a terrifying Mystic Ice Hand. Icebound world, Xiao Fan actually used this move. How can Fang Chen block it? Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at the frozen world. Interesting. However, he did not care. If it were someone else, they might be afraid of Xiao Fan, but he was Fang Chen, the new chief disciple, and one of the strongest geniuses since ancient times. Break! Fang Chen shouted and stomped his feet. Suddenly, with him as the center, the frozen world began to crack, and the sound of cracking could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the frozen world was full of cracks. Freeze. The ultimate meaning of the Mystic Ice Hand was Ice World. Although Xiao Fan could not use the ultimate move, it was beginning to take shape. He wanted to use a thunderous method to freeze Fang Chen's primordial spirit and defeat Fang Chen. From this move, it could be seen how ruthless he was. For a martial artist, the primordial spirit was the most important foundation. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, one would be immortal. However, if the primordial spirit was frozen, it would cause serious injuries and a drop in cultivation level, or even death. This move was a killing move. Crack. However, Fang Chen's strength was also beyond everyone's expectations. The power of his punch had forcibly blasted open the frozen world. A terrifying airwave soared into the sky, and countless ice shards danced in the air. Xiao Fan was hit by a powerful impact, and his body was directly sent flying. Poochie. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed. Xiao Fan's Mystic Ice Hand was broken by Fang Chen just like that. Everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. It was simply too shocking. However, when they recovered from the shock, Fang Chen and Lu Lanshi had already disappeared. It turns out that Fang Chen has been hiding his strength. He didn't care about Xiao Fan's challenge at all. It's too scary. Is this person really a new disciple? Why is he stronger than the older disciples? His unparalleled potential is really unbelievable. After hearing these words, Xiao Fan was so angry that he fainted. As the direct disciple of the master of Yunluo Peak, he looked down on Fang Chen. He thought that Fang Chen was an ant and wanted to defeat him. However, things were not going as he wished. The ant in his eyes had defeated him with a crushing force. On the way to Yunluo Peak, Lu Lanshi looked at Fang Chen curiously. How strong are you? Lu Lanshi finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. In response, Fang Chen grinned and didn't say anything. At the same time, the disciples of Giant Fire Peak and other peaks looked at Fang Chen in a different way. Especially Yang Xian and Yuan Lai. They were very emotional and didn't speak for a long time. However, Fang Chen didn't care about anything outside. He came to Yunluo Peak and found the master of Yunluo Peak. Peak Master. Fang Chen clasped his fists. The master of Yunluo Peak stroked his beard and looked at Fang Chen seriously. You're always full of surprises. Obviously, the master of Yunluo Peak had also seen his battle with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is very strong. He can even fight against a 6th-level Holy Emperor. Moreover, he has mastered the Mystic Ice Hand, which targets the primordial spirit of martial artists. The fact that you were able to defeat him so easily makes me more and more curious as to how high your future achievements will be. In fact, the master of Yunluo Peak knew that after this mission, Fang Chen would go to the Myriad Path World to cultivate. At that time, he would really soar. This is your weapon. The master of Yunluo Peak sighed and threw the reforged Hidden Star Sword to Fang Chen. After catching the Hidden Star Sword, Fang Chen's face lit up with joy. Sword hums came from the body of the sword. He was very happy. Fang Chen felt a scorching power enter his palm. Great. After a while, Fang Chen finished checking and was even more grateful to the master of Yunluo Peak. This weapon of yours has been infused with the longevity pill fragment, the blue extreme divine stone, and the termination soldier spiritual liquid. During the forging process, it underwent a mutation and absorbed the origin energy. Now, it can be considered an origin sacred weapon. An origin saint weapon was also known as a chaotic heavenly treasure. Previously, the hidden star sword was only a holy treasure. Now, it had become a heavenly treasure. Moreover, to be called an origin saint weapon, it meant that it was easier to comprehend the origin while cultivating with the sword. Even the major forces found it difficult to obtain an origin saint weapon. With the help of this heavenly treasure, you can protect yourself even if you meet a 6th rank peak saint king, said the master of Yunluo Peak. Beside him, Lu Lanshi was also shocked. He did not expect his grandfather to think so highly of Fang Chen. All right, you can go now. After chatting with the master of Yunluo Peak, Fang Chen and Lu Lanshi left Yunluo Peak. Myriad Path World, Doctrine Palace. In the lofty palace, Wang Daoyun was reporting to Palace Master Lei about Fang Chen. Oh, this guy's growth is beyond my expectations. Palace Master Lei smiled. This mission is a test for him. After all, he has experienced too few life and death battles. It's not a bad thing to let him experience the cruelty of the god-perishing battlefield in advance. Palace Master, there are so many geniuses gathered this time. We have to be careful of the top forces that are hostile to us, Wang Daoyun reminded. Palace Master Lei waved his hand. If he can't even pass this test, then he is not qualified to go to that place. Hearing this, Wang Daoyun did not say anything more and turned to leave. After a moment of silence, Palace Master Lei stood up and looked into the distance. He crossed the river of time and saw the end of the world. There, blood flowed like a river and corpses were piled up like mountains. The cruel war had never stopped. Chapter 35-36. On the square. When Lu Lanshi and Fang Chen arrived, there were already 3 people waiting. 2 men and 1 woman. Fang Chen glanced at the 3 and recognized them immediately. The man in golden armor and holding a fan was the first seat of Ice Peak, Saint Emperor Frost. He was the one with the highest cultivation in the group, having reached the 6th level Saint Emperor. The man in white beside him was the first seat of Black Devil Peak, Saint Emperor Morbai. The last woman in green was the first seat of Kongling Peak, Purple Butterfly. You're here. Seeing Fang Chen and Lu Lanshi, the 3 greeted them. Although Lu Lanshi wasn't the first seat, she wasn't weak either. She had a tendency to surpass the first seat. In addition, her grandfather was the Peak Lord of Yunluo Peak, so she was very popular in the heaven-defying alliance. Little she. Saint Emperor Han Bing said with a smile. His gaze then landed on Fang Chen. I believe this must be junior brother Fang Chen who has been the talk of the town recently. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Fang Chen said humbly. I heard that you defeated Yuan Lai of Giant Fire Peak. The one who spoke was Saint Emperor Morbai of Black Devil Peak. He looked at Fang Chen curiously and was surprised. The latter was a true 3rd level Saint King. In his eyes, this level was too low, but he could defeat Yuan Lai. This was worth thinking about. I've long heard that there's an outstanding genius among the new disciples. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation, Purple Butterfly said with a smile. When the mission list was announced this time, they had inquired about Fang Chen's information. Especially when they learned that Fang Chen's yin-yang essence had reached a terrifying 3,000 feet when he was in the yin-yang essence realm. It was unbelievable. Even in the ancient times, such yin-yang essence would shock the world. After that, he'd reached the 3rd level. His unparalleled potential was fully displayed. Of course, this wasn't the most shocking thing. Purple Butterfly remembered that Fang Chen had used his own efforts to reshape the origin star. This shocked her even more. Even a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace might not have been able to do so, but he had done it. How could he not be shocked? Junior brother Fang, This mission is very dangerous. You will encounter the disciples of other top forces. When the time comes, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. When the time comes, you must listen to our commands. Saint Emperor Morbai said. Beside him, Zedai also nodded slightly. Only the Frost Saint Emperor did not say anything. However, a trace of displeasure could be seen in his eyes. After all, this mission was of great importance. He was worried that Fang Chen would hold them back. However, this list was decided by the upper echelons of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and he had no right to change it. Are you ready? The Frost Saint Emperor asked after exchanging some pleasantries. Lu Lanshi nodded. Ice Saint Emperor said, in that case, let's go. Giant Fire Peak. After Lu Lanshi and the other four left, Yang Xian got the news immediately. Magic Sky Fire Domain. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes as his mind spun. After a long time, he laughed coldly and said, this is an excellent opportunity. We must kill Fang Chen at all costs. As he cultivated in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Fang Chen gradually understood some of the situation in the battlefield of gods. In the vast battlefield of gods, the Heaven-Defying Alliance occupied most of the cultivation resources. Their overall strength was first, and they were the absolute overlord. However, there were also some top forces below them. One or two of them could not pose a threat to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, if they joined forces, it would be troublesome. The discovery of the Fire Marrow Mine in the Magic Sky Fire Domain was an opportunity. Originally, the Heaven-Defying Alliance wanted to send the 5 strongest chief disciples of each peak. However, due to various reasons, they finally chose Fang Chen and the other 4. Among the 5 of them, the Frost Saint Emperor, Saint Emperor Morbai, and Zedai were all 6th level Saint Emperors. Lu Lanshi had reached 5th level not long ago. As for Fang Chen, he was only a 3rd level Saint King. If one only looked at their realms, their overall strength was indeed a little weak. However, some things could not be judged by performance alone. The Magic Sky Fire Domain was in the northwest region of the battlefield of gods. It was said that in ancient times, the Fire God Palace had taken root in this region. When the Battle of Gods broke out, the Fire God Palace participated in the battle. In the end, it was destroyed. The underground fire vein was destroyed, and it burned the land to ashes. Now, the Magic Sky Fire Domain was filled with 3rd level origin fires. Once this kind of fire was contaminated, it could invade a warrior's mind instantly and burn his primordial spirit. Unless one's primordial spirit formed a gold core, it would be difficult to resist. This place was known as the Forbidden Land. Normally, few people below the Saint Emperor dared to come here. Hence, the disciples sent by the various forces this time were mostly Saint Emperors. On a black-winged eagle, Fang Chen and the other 4 sat cross-legged. Whoosh, whoosh. The black-winged eagle shuttled through the void as fast as lightning. We are 3 days away from the Magic Sky Fire Domain, Saint Emperor Morbai said. This time, the 5 of us will move together into the Magic Sky Fire Domain. Also, we must be careful of the fire demons in the Magic Sky Fire Domain. Once we are entangled, we may attract a large number of fire demons. If we are attacked by a group of fire demons, we will be in danger. A single fire demon was nothing to be afraid of. What was scary was a group of fire demons. The bodies of the fire demons contained 3rd level origin fires. This kind of fire was born from the origin of fire. It was one of the rarest flames in the world and was very powerful. If thousands of fire demons gathered together and attacked humans, it would definitely trigger the 3rd level origin fires in their bodies. Once the 3rd level origin fires gathered, even a saint would find it difficult to resist. Just as they were chatting, Fang Chen suddenly felt a thick bloody smell coming from the side. What's going on? He looked over and the other 4 also noticed it. In the distance, black fog filled the air and the bloody smell filled the void. That's a city. Finally, after looking around, Lu Lanshi saw the city in the black fog. Massacre the city? The 5 of them were shocked. Such a heinous thing like massacring the city actually happened. Let's go and take a look. As disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they naturally had to investigate such a cruel thing. Who dares to do such a cruel thing? The 5 of them approached the city and stopped in mid-air. Under the black fog, the city was already in ruins. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. No one survived. Damn it. Saint Emperor Frost's face was pale. He entered the city, but soon came back. What did you find? Saint Emperor Morbai asked. Saint Emperor Frost shook his head. The culprit should be a demonic cultivator. None of the martial artists in the city survived. Everyone's blood was sucked dry. Could it be the No Demon sect? Lu Lanchi suddenly said. Last time, the commotion caused by Fang Chen and the others in the Kang Kingdom had caused the No Demon sect to be noticed by many disciples. Lu Lanchi got a lot of information about the No Demon sect from Peak Master Yun Luo. We can't be sure, Saint Emperor Frost said. Next, Fang Chen and the others moved forward. Every once in a while, they would find a city being massacred. In just 2 days, 9 cities were massacred. The number of dead was in the hundreds of millions. Who is it? Saint Emperor Frost said angrily. Look. Fang Chen cried out in alarm. The gazes of the others landed on the dilapidated city under their feet. On one of the streets of the city, the blood of all the warriors who had died flowed out automatically from all directions, gathering together and flowing slowly. With this shocking discovery, Fang Chen and the others quickly entered the city and came to the place where the blood gathered. Following the flow of blood, the 5 of them came to the depths of the city. A majestic palace came into view. Someone seems to be controlling the blood. Lu Lanchi frowned. Saint Emperor Morbai immediately opened the door of the palace. In the palace, a skeleton sat cross-legged. The thick blood flowed from all directions and finally gathered in front of him. Ji Ku quickly absorbed the blood. Every time he absorbed a drop, his aura would become stronger. Using the blood of thousands of martial artists to nourish him, Saint Emperor Frost was furious. He immediately attacked and slammed his palm on the skeleton. Crack! Cracks appeared in the restrictions around the skeleton, and it barely blocked the attack of the Saint Emperor of Frost. Damn human! The skeleton let out a furious roar. He was about to succeed, but someone came to disturb him at this crucial moment. Who are you? Why are you massacring the city? Purple Butterfly questioned. Hiss. The skeleton increased the speed of absorbing the blood. However, Saint Emperor Frost did not give him the chance. The 5 of them attacked together and instantly broke the seal. No. When the 5 attacks landed on the skeleton let out a miserable cry. Crack. The skeleton shattered and blood splattered everywhere. How dare you stop me? You will all die. The shattered skeleton let out a furious roar. However, it was useless. Fang Chen and the other 4 used lightning-fast methods to suppress it. Speak. Who are you? Saint Emperor Frost asked coldly. Fang Chen fell into deep thought. Along the way, they had seen 9 cities being massacred. The blood of the 8 cities had dried up and disappeared. Now that he thought about it, could there be 8 skeletons in those 8 cities? However, where did they go after absorbing the blood? Boom! The skeleton wanted to escape, but it was smashed by Saint Emperor Frost with a punch. You will regret this. The skeleton uttered its final words before it completely shattered. Fang Chen and the others looked at each other. I feel that there is an invisible hand manipulating this matter behind the scenes. Saint Emperor Morbai said, this evil force must be plotting something. If they dare to massacre a city, it means that they have something to rely on. Now that we have killed all the skeletons in this city, they will definitely take action, Purple Butterfly said. Lu Lanchi's face was solemn. This is a serious matter. We need to report it to the higher-ups. Fang Chen frowned. He felt strange. Starting from the Kang country, the No Demon cult, and the evil force that massacred cities, he felt that the battlefield of gods was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 35-37. Along the way, they came across 9 cities that were massacred. Only in the last city did they find dry bones. The 5 of them looked at each other with grave expressions. This matter was too strange. What kind of secret was hidden behind the skeleton? Other than the No Demon cult, what other evil forces were hidden in the Godsfall battlefield? Why did they dare to massacre a city in broad daylight? The 5 of them were puzzled by this series of questions. How is it? When Saint Emperor Frost sent the news back, the few of them hurriedly asked. Palace Lord Lei will come personally to deal with it, Saint Emperor Frost said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, especially Fang Chen. His heart trembled. It seemed that this matter involved too many things. Otherwise, why would Palace Lord Lei, one of the 3 Palace Lords of the Holy Ji Palace, the top cultivator of the God's Fall battlefield, come personally to deal with it? This matter is beyond our ability. The upper echelons want us to leave quickly and head to the Magic Skyfire region, Saint Emperor Frost continued. In the end, the 5 of them left the broken city and headed towards the Magic Skyfire region. The Magic Skyfire region was located in the northwest of the God's Fall battlefield. Fang Chen and the other 4 landed on the edge of a desert from the void. The surrounding void was filled with an unparalleled power. When they looked up, they realized that outside the desert, there was an endless sea of fire. In the sea of fire, there was a blood-red city. Is this the Magic Skyfire region? Fang Chen murmured. He could feel that the temperature in the sea of fire was too high. If he was not careful, his primordial spirit would be refined. Let's go to the fire city first. Under Saint Emperor Frost's lead, everyone entered the sea of fire. Fang Chen was surprised. He could feel that the sea of fire was extremely hot, but when he walked in, he realized that everything was illusory. This is only the periphery of the Magic Skyfire region. It's not the real core. Only by crossing the fire city can we be considered to have truly entered the Magic Skyfire region, Lu Lanchi said in a low voice. After a while, the 5 of them entered the fire city. At the moment, the square of the fire city was filled with people. Countless disciples of top forces flocked there. The fire essence was too precious. Even in ancient times, it was a treasure of heaven and earth. Especially to fire-based martial artists, it was a fatal temptation. The fire essence contained 3 types of origin flames, something that every fire attribute martial artist yearned for even in their dreams. As long as he could obtain the fire essence, he would be able to create countless fire attribute powerhouses in a short period of time. For many of the top sect, this was an excellent opportunity, which was why they were crazy about it. So many people. Fang Chen sighed. Holy Frost Emperor. Suddenly, someone shouted. Fang Chen looked up and saw a group of cultivators in sword armor walking over. When the leader saw the Frost Saint Emperor, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a look of disdain. He walked up to Holy Emperor Frost and said with a smile, "What? Did the heaven-defying alliance only send the few of you?" Holy Emperor Frost frowned. "Do you think it's up to you to tell who my heaven-defying alliance sends?" Frost Saint Emperor didn't have a good impression of Sword Saint Mountain. "Ph, what's there to be arrogant about? If not for your sneak attack, would I have lost to you in the battle back then?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Fang Chen gradually understood. This disciple of Sword Saint Mountain must have lost to Holy Emperor Frost back then and was unwilling to accept it. Now that they met again, he wanted to fight. This guy is the 3rd disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, Jian Qingyun. He once challenged Holy Emperor Frost and lost, so he bears a grudge, Lu Lanchi said softly. Fang Chen nodded and sized up Jian Qingyun. He knew of Sword Saint Mountain. It was one of the top forces in the Godfall battlefield and could be said to be the orthodox Sword Way. There were countless disciples with heaven-defying potential in Sword Way gathered in the sect. Their Sword Way techniques were godly. Jian Qingyun's cultivation was at the 6th level of a holy emperor. Jian Qingyun's body had complex sword-shaped runes, which surprised Fang Chen. No wonder they are the #1 Sword Way sect. They live up to their reputation. Jian Qingyun gave Fang Chen the feeling that he was a sharp sword that could tear the sky apart at any time. A loss is a loss. Only the weak would find excuses, Holy Emperor Frost said coldly. The Saint Emperor said coldly. Then, ignoring Jian Qingyun, he walked towards the center of the square. "You," Jian Qingyun was instantly enraged. He pointed at Holy Emperor Frost and said eerily, "You are so smug after beating me once. Since you are so arrogant, why don't we have a battle in Fire City?" Jian Qingyun wanted to avenge his humiliation. However, Holy Emperor Frost did not want to waste time. Not interested. Holy Emperor Frost said indifferently. He ignored Jian Qingyun and greeted the disciples of the other sect. Good, very good. I hope you can still be so arrogant after entering demonic Skyfire region, Jian Qingyun said fiercely. There were several forces in the center of the square. These forces were the top forces in the Godfall battlefield. As for the other weaker forces, they were not qualified to be here. When everyone saw Holy Emperor Frost, they all looked over. The people from Heaven-Defying Alliance are here. There was a lot of discussion in Fire City. I didn't expect Holy Emperor Frost to lead the team this time. It is said that Holy Emperor Frost is the strongest outer disciple of Heaven-Defying Alliance. I wonder who is stronger between him and Jiyu Liu. To the outside world, Heaven-Defying Alliance was divided into outer and inner sect. The so-called outer sect was where Fang Chen and the others cultivated. It was the disciples of Juyuan Mountain and the other peaks. The inner sect was the legendary Holy Ji Palace. As expected of Heaven-Defying Alliance. They didn't even send disciples of the Holy Ji Palace to fight for the Fire Marrow Mine. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are so powerful. If they show up, the other sect won't be able to fight for it. I heard that the other top forces worked together to stop Heaven-Defying Alliance from sending disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. That's how they came to an agreement. Some people sighed. Heaven-Defying Alliance sent disciples who were peak 6th level Holy Emperors. They had a strong foundation. Holy Emperor Frost, long time no see. In the center of the square, a few people greeted Holy Emperor Frost. While Holy Emperor Frost was discussing with the chief disciples of the other top forces about entering demonic Skyfire region, Lu Lanshi was also carefully introducing the disciples of the other forces to Fang Chen. Do you see him? That man with sword-like eyebrows is the chief disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, Jian Moyun. His Jian Qingyun's brother. A long time ago, his cultivation reached the peak of 6th level Holy Emperor. According to unreliable sources, he might have taken the last step and become a 7th level Holy Emperor. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. It was rare to see two saints in one sect. He studied Jian Moyun seriously. The latter gave him the feeling of Mount Tai. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, suppressing him with sword qi. This Jian Moyun is not simple, Fang Chen muttered. The man in purple beside him is the chief disciple of Purple Robe Sect, Luo Zi. The man in black is the holy son of Nine Saint Palace. Lu Lanshi briefly introduced the chief disciples of the top forces to Fang Chen. They were the biggest threats in this fight for the Fire Marrow Mine. As for the others, they weren't much of a threat. Fang Chen scanned Fire City, his heart pounding. The many disciples present could be said to be the strongest group of young people in the battlefield of Godfall other than the Holy Ji Palace. Only by fighting with these people could he improve further. Whoosh. Fang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. In Fire City, many forces noticed Fang Chen. They were shocked and rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Why would the Heaven-Defying Alliance send a 3rd-level Holy King here? A mere 3rd-level Holy King dares to enter the demonic fire domain. He's asking for death. He must have followed Holy Emperor Bing and the others to gain experience. Many people discussed among themselves as they glanced at Fang Chen. A bunch of idiots. Lu Lanshi snorted and moved his red lips. How can the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance be measured by their mortal realms? We've been underestimated, Zidi said with a smile. Junior Fang Chen's realm is slightly lower, but his combat ability is enough to be in the 2nd tier. He's stronger than more than 90% of the warriors in Fire City. Holy Emperor Morbai nodded. They knew Fang Chen's combat ability very well. Even Yuan Lai and Xiao Fan had been defeated by him. Although he wasn't as good as them, he wasn't far off. Fang Chen shrugged, showing that he didn't care. If that's the case, they won't pay attention to me. At the crucial moment, I can play an unexpected role, Fang Chen said to himself. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. The temperature in Fire City rose rapidly. At this time, Holy Emperor Bing returned. Deep in Fire City, there's an entrance to the demonic fire domain. After 6 hours, the flame seal at the entrance will weaken. We'll act then. How do we split it? Holy Emperor Morbai asked. This was the most important thing. In a month's time, we'll kill the rank 6 fire demons in the demonic fire domain. The more we kill, the more mineral veins we'll get. We'll divide it according to the ratio. Holy Emperor Bing said, of course, before I left, the upper echelons talked to me alone. Their intention is that our heaven-defying alliance must take control of 50% of the mineral veins 50%, which was half. The heaven-defying alliance wanted to monopolize half of such a huge mineral vein. Fang Chen sighed. As expected of the heaven-defying alliance. It was fine if they didn't make a move, but once they did, it would make people's jaws drop. If it's half, it'll be much easier, Holy Emperor Morbai said. With the heaven-defying alliance's strength, they could even occupy 80%. But the upper echelons also considered the overall development of the various forces in the God's Fall battlefield and the stability of the situation. In the end, they chose to give in. After all, once the other forces were forced into a corner, they would join forces to fight against the heaven-defying alliance. Even if they could suppress them in the end, the heaven-defying alliance would suffer heavy losses. In this way, the God's Fall battlefield that had gradually recovered after a long time would return to the wilderness. There's a fire core in the fire demons' bodies. After killing them, keep the fire core. At the same time, pay attention to the disciples of the other sect, Holy Emperor Bing reminded. Chapter 35-38. The demonic fire domain was boundless. The fire city was located at the edge of the demonic fire domain. It was a transit station. The disciples of the various sects who came this time basically gathered in the fire city and waited for the magic skyfire domain's seal to open. Standing in the fire city, Fang Chen's expression changed when he sensed the aura coming from the demonic skyfire domain. The blood in his body surged violently, as if it had been greatly stimulated. What a terrifying flame! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Even with his chaotic sword body and sword armor, he might not be able to withstand the terrifying triple flame origin. I wonder if I can comprehend the origin of fire here. Fang Chen thought. If others were to know that he had such thoughts, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Since the demonic fire domain appeared, no one had dared to comprehend the origin of fire here. In history, there were 3 people who succeeded in comprehending the origin of fire in the demonic fire domain. However, 2 of them were corroded by the triple origin fire and died. What about the last one? Fang Chen asked curiously. What kind of expert could comprehend the origin of fire in the demonic fire domain and escape unscathed? The elusive leader of our heaven-defying alliance, Lu Lanchi said, curling his lips. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled and his eyes widened. Leader! After entering the heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chen realized how powerful the heaven-defying alliance was. It was the most powerful force in the entire battlefield of gods. The leader of the heaven-defying alliance controlled thousands of worlds. He was the legendary #1 person in the battlefield of gods. However, Fang Chen had never seen him. He had only heard about his legend. Just how strong is he? Fang Chen asked subconsciously. How strong was the #1 person in the battlefield of gods? This was probably something that many people wanted to know, right? However, Lu Lanchi looked into the distance and shook his head. He did not know. The Alliance Master hasn't appeared for 2 epochs. As for where he went, no one knows. 9 eras ago, 3 half-step primal Chaos Supremes angered the Alliance Master, and he killed all 3 of them with a single blow. What? Fang Chen exclaimed. Killing 3 half-step chaotic Supreme Realm experts with 1 strike, what kind of concept was that? It should be known that the 3 Palace Masters of the Dao Palace were half-step chaotic Supremes. The 3 of them combined could sweep the entire God's Fall battlefield. However, the 3 of them were killed by Alliance leader defying heaven in a single blow. It was unbelievable. Back then, there were many top powerhouses in the God's Fall battlefield. It wasn't like it is now. However, After that battle, no other forces dared to challenge our position. Even the other half-step chaotic supremes have gone into seclusion. The impact of that battle was too great, and it was also the strongest battle the heaven-defying Alliance had ever fought. Alliance Master, has he stepped into the primal chaos supreme realm? Fang Chen swallowed his saliva and asked while panting. The primal chaos sovereign was the most powerful existence in the world and an eternal existence. They could destroy heaven and earth with a single thought. Lu Lanshi shook his head. Before the God's Fall battlefield, there were many powerhouses and the cultivation environment was very good. At that time, there were primal chaos sovereigns. However, since the God's Fall battlefield, this world has been limited. Almost no one has been able to cultivate to the primal chaos supreme realm. The primal chaos supreme realm was only a legendary existence. No one in the world could cultivate it. Even the monstrous Alliance leader defying heaven hadn't stepped into that realm. However, although the Alliance leader isn't a primal chaos supreme realm expert, he can be said to be the strongest in this world, the first person below the primal chaos supreme realm. Without the primal chaos supreme realm, the Alliance leader defying heaven was the strongest. Fang Chen sighed, but at the same time, he was shocked. I once heard grandfather vaguely mention that the Alliance leader's disappearance should have something to do with the disappearance of the primal chaos supreme realm. Lu Lanshi glanced at Fang Chen and said, "There are many secrets in the God's Fall battlefield. What we know is only on the surface. Moreover, the primal chaos supreme realm is too far away for us. There's no need to think about it." Indeed, they were only low-level Saint Realm warriors now. There was still a long way to go before they were saints or even invincible saints. In the God's Fall battlefield, invincible saints were already the strongest who stood at the top of the pyramid. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and shook his head. He collected his thoughts and stopped thinking. Dong! 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 Just then, the crazy sound of horns came from Huacheng. It was as if the ancient war had reappeared. "The seal is weakening," Lu Lanshi said. The two of them quickly rushed toward the depths of Huacheng. Whoosh! 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 Along the way, countless air-piercing sounds entered their ears. Soon, a dense crowd of warriors gathered in the depths of Huacheng. Among them, those who stood at the front were naturally many top forces. Fang Chen and Lu Lanshi walked behind Saint Emperor Frost and the other two and looked at the void crack. The seal is weakening. Fang Chen also noticed that the seal at the void crack was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the void crack. Time passed. After 6 hours, the power of the seal was at its lowest. At this time, some sect finally couldn't hold back. "Let's go." Under the lead of Jian Moyun and Jian Qingyun, the experts of Sword Saint Mountain rushed toward the void crack. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they rushed to the seal, they were immediately enveloped by flames and disappeared. They went in. The others were stunned and immediately swarmed over. "Let's go in too." The 5 people of Defying Heaven Alliance also moved. Fang Chen followed behind the 4 of them and quickly arrived at the void crack. Hiss! Hiss! The power of the poison rushed toward them as if it was going to evaporate all the blood in their bodies. "Activate the talisman." Lu Lanshi's voice sounded. The others shook their wrists and a talisman appeared in their palms. An ethereal power was released from the talisman, forming an invisible armor that blocked the attack of the poison power. The talisman was given to the 5 of them by the higher-ups. It was specially used to resist the poisonous flames at the void crack. Fang Chen felt his vision blur and then he fell into a sea of fire. Terrifying flames were everywhere, as if they would burn him down at any time. Is this the demonic sky fire territory? Fang Chen looked around. Soon, he was sure that this was not the demonic sky fire territory, but the flame passageway that led to it. "Let's go." It was too dangerous here. Fang Chen did not want to stay too long. He turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the end. Somewhere in the flame passageway, Jian Qingyun and a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain were rushing. They did not split up and were rushing at full speed. "Senior brother Qingyun." Suddenly, the disciple called out. Jian Qingyun looked in the direction of the disciple's finger and suddenly discovered Fang Chen, who was rushing over. Defying Heaven Alliance. Jian Qingyun licked his dry lips and said eerily, "That Frost Saint Emperor is arrogant just because he is a disciple of Defying Heaven Alliance. He is too hateful. Before I kill him, I will collect some interest." Because of Frost Saint Emperor, Jian Qingyun hated the disciples of Defying Heaven Alliance. If it was someone else, he would not dare to act recklessly in the flame passageway. However, the person in front of him was just a third-level holy king. This made him want to kill him. "Senior brother Qingyun, there is no need for you to deal with this kind of trash. As long as we destroy the talisman in his hand, he will naturally die in the flame passageway." The disciple chuckled. Jian Qingyun nodded. The feeling of living is worse than death. Fang Chen, who was rushing forward, suddenly slowed down. There is another aura. Fang Chen frowned and looked around, but he did not find anything. He shook his head and continued forward. Perhaps, like him, there were others who were passing by. Buzz. However, just as he turned around, Jian Qingyun struck out with his sword. In the air above the flame passageway, 1,000-feet-long sword shadow appeared out of nowhere. It tore through the flame passageway and slashed toward Fang Chen. Oh no! Fang Chen knew that things were not going well and instinctively blocked it. Boom! His hands were covered with a layer of sharp sword chi and blocked the 1,000-feet-long sword shadow. Catcher! At this moment, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind him. Taking advantage of his unprepared state, the ghost-like figure threw a round ball at his right hand. Rumble! When the round ball came into contact with the talisman, it exploded. The terrifying force of the explosion destroyed the talisman. Bang! Fang Chen's body was sent flying by the third-level origin fire in the flame passageway. Ha ha ha! Jian Qingyun sneered with a long sword on his back. Without the protection of the talisman, the poisonous fire attacked his heart. Fang Chen's face instantly turned pale. He tried to use all his strength to expel the flames in his body. His face was filled with pain. Damn it! He recognized Jian Qingyun. How is it? How does it feel to have the poisonous fire attack your heart? Jian Qingyun sneered. Frost Saint Emperor dared to be arrogant in front of me. This is just the interest. Without the talisman, you will enjoy the pleasure of the poisonous fire until you die. With that, Jian Qingyun did not want to waste any more time and turned to leave. Kid, in your next life, don't stand on the wrong team. Hiss. The poisonous fire in Fang Chen's body was burning vigorously, constantly corroding his organs. Poochie. Blood spurted out of his nostrils and his body was in great pain. However, at this critical moment, the restless blood in his body played a crucial role. Fang Chen was a little stunned. The blood in his body flowed rapidly, and wherever it passed, the poisonous fire was instantly extinguished. It can actually do this. His blood could actually restrain the poisonous fire. This discovery made Fang Chen extremely surprised. Buzz. He quickly activated his blood to completely refine the poisonous fire in his body and form a defense to prevent the poisonous fire from invading his body. His complexion also recovered a little. Whoosh. He raised his head and looked at the disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain who had not gone far. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to die. A moment later, a furious roar resounded through the sky. In the endless sea of flames, Jian Qingyun held a long sword in his hand and constantly slashed out with terrifying sword chi. Bastard, how dare you kill a disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain? I will definitely tear you to pieces. In the dark, Fang Chen looked coldly at the corpse at Jian Qingyun's feet. Just now, he had taken Jian Qingyun by surprise and killed the disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain. Chapter 35-39. Jian Qingyun gripped his long sword, his face darkening. His heart was burning with rage. He could not accept the fact that the prey in his eyes had suddenly become the hunter. Most importantly, this prey had killed a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain right in front of him. This was a disgrace. A mere third-level holy king dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Jian Qingyun's robes fluttered in the absence of wind, and his body was filled with terrifying sword Dao runes. He slowly raised his palm, and a torrential sword will surged out from where his long sword passed. You deserve to die. Jian Qingyun glared at Fang Chen, gritting his teeth. Crash. After killing the disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, Fang Chen appeared and looked coldly at Jian Qingyun. Only you are allowed to destroy my talisman, and I'm not allowed to retaliate. Is this the style of Sword Saint Mountain? If not for his blood that could refine the poisonous fire and prevent it from attacking his heart, he would have been dead. Everything had a corresponding price. Since he had done it, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Obviously, this price had driven Jian Qingyun crazy. My disciple of Sword Saint Mountain is not that easy to kill. Jian Qingyun said angrily. He slashed out with his sword, and a dazzling sword light quickly condensed into a huge sword shadow. It carried an unparalleled sword Dao aura and swooped down. Die! He roared and stomped his foot. His body followed the huge sword shadow and rushed toward Fang Chen. He did not want to give Fang Chen any chance, and directly used his strongest attack. Unparalleled sword art, sky-cleaving sword. The 30,000-meter-long sword image that swooped down suddenly exploded when it was less than 1 meter away from Fang Chen. A strong ripple instantly appeared in the sky and quickly spread out. The terrifying impact of the explosion of the sword shadow instantly affected Fang Chen. At the same time, a blue light flashed and disappeared into Fang Chen's body. You should be proud to die under my unparalleled sword art. Jian Qingyun held his sword and looked coldly. Fang Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the incoming sword light. His attainments in swordsmanship had reached an extremely high level. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he was comparable to a saint. He could tell at a glance that the unparalleled sword art was extraordinary. His eyes flickered and the path of the sword shadow was instantly exposed before his eyes. Looking at the pattern in the void, Fang Chen was speechless. It's mixed with a trace of gold origin and a trace of wind origin. The real killing move of this unparalleled sword principle should be that blue light? Fang Chen muttered to himself. To be able to combine two origins into a single sword technique, as expected of the Sword Saint Mountain. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was very difficult for the same martial artist to comprehend two origins, let alone combine two origins into a single sword technique. It was even more difficult. However, the Sword Saint Mountain was a holy land for sword cultivators. As the head of the sect, they were the most powerful existence in the world. Their comprehension of the way of the sword had reached unprecedented heights, which was why they were able to create such a sword technique. Fortunately, Jian Qingyun didn't comprehend two origins. Fang Chen could feel that the origin that Jian Qingyun comprehended was the gold origin. As for the wind origin, it should be some kind of secret treasure that stored the origin power. When performing a sword technique, the power of the unparalleled sword art would reach its peak by releasing the power of the wind origin. Boom! Sword chi surged and shrouded Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, Jian Qingyun sneered. So what if you're a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? Didn't I still kill you? At this moment, Jian Qingyun was a little arrogant, and at the same time, he looked down on Fang Chen. It's not a loss to kill a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance with a portion of the wind origin power. With that said, Jian Qingyun took a step forward and prepared to search Fang Chen's body. It's about time, he muttered. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the crisscrossing sword chi exploded, and the entire flaming passage was filled with raging flames. Fang Chen stood in the sea of fire. He looked into his body and saw that there was a blue light that was trapped by his blood, unable to move. This blue light is a little strange. Fang Chen was speechless and suppressed it. Then, he looked through the flames and saw Jian Qingyun walking over. Huh! Why are you so sure? Jian Qingyun cried out involuntarily the moment he saw Fang Chen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He used the wind origin power and performed the unparalleled sword art. How could this guy resist it? It seems that the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain are nothing more than this. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and smiled coldly. You can't even beat me. Who gave you the courage to challenge senior brother Han Bing? Jian Qingyun stared at Fang Chen, trying to find out what was wrong with his body, but he failed. It must be the treasure that the heaven-defying alliance gave him that allowed him to resist my attack. Yes, that must be it. Jian Qingyun thought to himself. He recovered and snorted coldly. The heaven-defying alliance really went all out to give you such a powerful treasure. However, I'd like to see how many times you can stop me. Swoosh. He performed the unparalleled sword art again. Rumble. Just like before, the blue light entered Fang Chen's body and the crisscrossing sword qi exploded. However, the result was the same. Fang Chen was safe and sound, which shocked Jian Qingyun. What's going on? He refused to believe it and continued to attack. Die. After failing 3 times in a row, Jian Qingyun was already in a state of madness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. A mere 3rd level holy king. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Jian Qingyun shouted. However, Fang Chen did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he eagerly waited for Jian Qingyun's attack. This was because he felt that the blue light was extraordinary. It was very likely that the secret of fusing 2 origins into a secret technique was in it. His blood could restrain the blue light. He already had an idea. He would lure Jian Qingyun to continue attacking and restrain more blue light so that he could study it later. Unparalleled sword art, void-shattering. Jian Qingyun bellowed as he unleashed his strongest move. Die. His eyes were scarlet as he used up the last bit of wind origin power. The huge sword shadow pierced through the sky and charged straight at Yi Shiwen. Hiss. Hiss. Fang Chen slammed his palms together and retreated, skillfully avoiding the attack of the huge sword shadow. He then absorbed the blue light at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Without the support of the blue light, the huge sword shadow shattered. No. Seeing this, Jian Qingyun roared in anger and was filled with indignation. His heart was dripping blood. Before coming here, his older brother had helped him obtain 5 wind source essences, each of which was invaluable. With the wind origins, the power of his unparalleled sword art had increased tremendously. It could be considered as another life-saving measure. However, he had now wasted all 5 wind origins on a 3rd level holy king. It stopped just like that. Chapter 3540. Jian Qingyun clenched his fists tightly, his perlicue hurting. The 5 portions of origin of wind that his brother, Jian Moyun, had obtained for him had been depleted. However, Jian Qingyun was not injured at all. This made Jian Qingyun's expression turn grave. He reassessed Fang Chen and realized that the 3rd level holy king before him had concealed his strength too well. His combat strength was definitely at the level of a 6th level holy emperor, or even higher. Recalling what had happened before, Jian Qingyun even thought that Fang Chen was the trump card of the heaven-defying alliance. No wonder the heaven-defying alliance would send a 3rd level holy king to participate in such an important event. Jian Qingyun said in a low voice. He rolled his eyes and quickly understood. The origin of wind has been depleted. My unparalleled sword technique is unable to unleash its full power. It is impossible to defeat him. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well enter the demonic fire domain. Let's go. Thinking of this, Jian Qingyun waved the long sword in his hand and slashed at Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to block, Jian Qingyun's palm jerked and he retreated quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Trying to escape? Fang Chen sneered. He had already been prepared for this. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword slashed out. A faint sword light pierced through the void and disappeared instantly. A moment later, in the distant void, there was a scream. Blood splattered all over the flaming passageway. A severed arm was burned by the flames. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Fang Chen rushed over, Jian Qingyun had already escaped. Substitute life charm. Sensing the aura in the surrounding void, Fang Chen said. The so-called substitute life charm was a talisman refined by a powerful talisman master. This talisman contained an extremely strong power and could replace the owner in a desperate situation to withstand a fatal blow. Therefore, people called it the substitute life charm. In the outside world, the substitute life charm was priceless. Even a dominant force like the heaven-defying alliance would not casually give out a substitute life charm to their disciples. Unexpectedly, Zhen Qingyun, the third disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain, actually had a substitute life charm. Count yourself lucky this time, Fang Chen said as he plunged into the depths of the flaming passageway. Hoo. After fleeing for an unknown period of time, Zhen Qingyun, who was dragging his severed arm, finally walked out of the flaming passageway and entered the magic skyfire domain. Damned fellow! Zhen Qingyun stopped in his tracks and panted heavily. His face was contorted with rage and he wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen into pieces. The enmity of my severed arm is absolutely irreconcilable. From this day forth, I, Zhen Qingyun, will not rest until you're dead. Zhen Qingyun howled into the skies. In a secret place within the flaming passageway. This place was shrouded in poisonous flames. Ordinary people would have a hard time discovering that in the center of the poisonous flames, there was a flight of stairs made entirely of poisonous flames. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the steps with his eyes closed. He was trying to comprehend the blue light trapped in his body. The blue light was the power released by Zhen Qingyun's unparalleled sword principle. The power contained two completely different origin energy. Fang Chen was very curious. What was it that could drive two different types of power to fuse together? He released his divine consciousness and enveloped the blue light. After being suppressed by the blood, the blue light had already lost its sharpness. It no longer struggled and allowed Fang Chen to invade. After entering the blue light, Fang Chen realized that there were translucent crystals swimming around. Seeing this, he was stunned. Epiphanies often happened inadvertently. At this moment, Fang Chen was in a state of epiphany. It was as if a brand new door had opened in his mind. He had never thought that different origins could be combined in such a manner. The more he comprehended, the more shocked and excited Fang Chen was. At the same time, Saint Emperor Han Bing and the other three had already gathered in the magic skyfire domain. They looked at each other and realized that Fang Chen had not arrived. Where's Fang Chen? Lu Lanxi was slightly anxious. Zi Dai shook her head. After we entered the flaming passageway, the poisonous flames were too strong and scattered us. We lost contact with him. With Fang Chen's strength, the flaming passageway should not be a problem for him, Saint Emperor Mobai said. Saint Emperor Han Bing nodded. The most important thing now is to kill the rank 6 fire demons. As for Fang Chen, we'll hunt while looking for him. They came with a mission this time. The fire marrow mine was very important to the heaven-defying alliance. They could not give up such a good opportunity to find Fang Chen. Although Lu Lanxi was worried about Fang Chen, he had to consider the big picture. Fang Chen, I hope you're okay. Lu Lanxi prayed. She knew Fang Chen's strength better than the other three. If it was just the flaming passageway, she would not be worried. As Saint Emperor Han Bing said, the most dangerous thing in the magic skyfire domain was not the fire demons, but the disciples of the other sect. The human heart was the most unpredictable. Especially since Sword Saint Mountain had a grudge with Saint Emperor Han Bing. What if they encountered Fang Chen? Would they be ambushed? However, it was useless to think about it now. She flicked her hair and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. She followed Saint Emperor Han Bing and the other two and continued to go deeper. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had been comprehending the profound of the blue light. Finally, 1 day after half a month, he had an epiphany. Buzz. He opened his hands and a terrifying golden light shone from his body. It completely covered his body. The golden light continued to expand and the poisonous fire around him dissipated. Condense. Fang Chen yelled and the power of the metal origin quickly condensed into an origin star. Success. The 8th origin star was condense. Looking at the 8 origin stars in his body, Fang Chen smiled brightly. I've comprehended almost half of the metal origin. Fang Chen muttered. The blue light was too important to him. It's a pity that in order to fully comprehend the profound of the blue light, I need to comprehend the wind origin. The 5 elemental origins were divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Fang Chen had comprehended the metal origin previously. An origin was like a great Tao. When comprehended to the extreme, it could destroy the world. Very few people could fully comprehend it. It was rare for the younger generation to comprehend almost half of it. I've gained a lot from this enlightenment. I've comprehended almost half of the metal origin and condensed the 8th origin star. In fact, I even feel that my affinity with the origin of wind has greatly increased. If there's a wind elemental spiritual herb, it might help me comprehend the wind origin. Half. When he thought of this, Fang Chen took a deep breath and completely sealed the 5 dim blue lights within his body. After which, he stood up and looked towards the magic sky-fire domain with a deep gaze. Magic sky-fire region? Fang Chen muttered. He had a feeling that the trip to the magic sky-fire region might be a major turning point in his life. He might take the opportunity to climb to the top. Chapter 3541. After leaving the flaming passageway, what entered his eyes was a sea of fire. This was the real demonic sky-fire domain. Everywhere was filled with terrifying fire origin energy. Fang Chen sighed. If he could cultivate here, it would be much easier to comprehend the fire origin energy. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, this was the legendary demonic sky-fire domain. No one below the Saint King level could withstand the corrosion of the flames here. Only Fang Chen was an exception. Phew. Fang Chen took a deep breath and stabilized his body as he looked around. Wang. With a thought, the blood in his body became restless and turned into thick blood qi. On the surface of his skin, it formed a blood qi armor and instantly blocked the corrosion of the flames. It is indeed useful. Fang Chen grinned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the inheritance of the blood cavalry saint was too powerful. Now that my half-perfect bloodline is only a step away from the perfect form, it is already so outstanding. If it reaches the perfect form, how strong will it be? Fang Chen was a little excited. Of course, he also knew that this was not something that could be done in a short period of time. After entering the flaming passageway, most of the sect disciples were isolated. Fang Chen pondered. It will be difficult to find senior brother and the rest in the vast demonic sky-fire domain. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen came up with a plan. While hunting the fire demons, he would look for Frost Saint King and the rest. With my current strength, I can still deal with 6th rank holy kings. However, if I were to face the fire demon, I'm afraid it would be troublesome, Fang Chen said. Compared to the fire demons, there was still a gap between them and the fire demons. The fire demons were a spiritual body formed by the triple origin flames. This spiritual body did not have any intelligence and only knew how to attack the invaders. Moreover, as this was the demonic sky-fire domain, they were in the sea of fire and could explode with more power. Therefore, the overall strength of a 6th level fire demon was close to a 7th level saint. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, 2 fire demons rushed over from afar. Their bodies were filled with flames and their bodies were similar to the red flame tiger. Roar. The fire demon roared and shot out a terrifying beam of flame from its eyes. It pierced through the void and shot towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dodged the 2 mechanical-like attacks. After the fiery light beams missed, they bombarded the ground and instantly exploded, turning into a majestic sea of fire that burned the world. At the same time, the 2 fire demons also quickly rushed over. 3rd level Saint Kings. Fang Chen saw the patterns on the foreheads of the 2 fire fiends. The number of patterns represented the strength of the fire fiends. One of the patterns was a rank 1 fire demon. The 2 fire demons in front of him each had 3 lines on their foreheads. Fang Chen immediately used the primordial chaos sword art. The hidden star sword spun and the blade released a dazzling radiance. The terrifying sword Qi swept across the heavens and earth. In a split second, it formed a sword net and blocked the 2 fire demons. Rip! The fire demons were strong and the flames on their bodies could burn everything. They were burnt on contact. However, Fang Chen didn't waste any time and used the Chaos Sword Art again. Chaos Sword Art. 8th Sword. The sword light that swept across the sky turned into tens of thousands of sword shadows that swooped down. As they descended, they formed a sword formation. The 2 fire demons were unable to resist at all and were instantly killed by the tens of thousands of swords. Bang! In just one move, The 2 rank 3 fire demons were killed by Fang Chen. After the fire demons died, their bodies collapsed and turned into flames. They returned to the magic sky fire region. At the same time, 2 palm-sized balls of flames appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen sucked in his palm and kept the 2 fire cores. This is the fire core. There was a strong power coming from the fire core. Rank 3 fire origin. Fang Chen felt the purest flame power in the world. This power came from the fire origin and it contained a complex ultimacy. After studying it for a while, Fang Chen laughed heartily. The fire core was a priceless treasure for fire elemental cultivators. It was much more powerful than the rarely seen fire elemental elixirs. With the fire core, one would be able to comprehend the fire origin with half the effort. Although there were only 2 rank 3 fire cores, Fang Chen didn't throw them away. Instead, he kept them. Continue. In the following time, Fang Chen began to hunt the fire demons. A few days later, he couldn't help but sigh. Although the magic sky fire region was rich in fire demons, he had only encountered low-level fire demons. He hadn't seen a single rank 6 fire demon. It seems like there aren't many rank 6 fire demons, Fang Chen said. He stood on a mountain peak and looked around. It was a sea of fire and he couldn't see anyone. Boom! A deafening sound came from the distant horizon. Fang Chen frowned. Fire demons. Soon, he shook his head. This didn't sound like the sound of a fire demon. Could it be, a relic had appeared? Thinking of this, he quickly rushed toward the source of the sound. At the same time, in other directions, some disciples of the sect also noticed the abnormality and rushed with all their might. In a valley. Senior brother, we are so lucky. The second disciple of the Burning Mountain sect looked at the fire core and shouted excitedly. Their Burning Mountain sect was a second-rate force. The strongest person was just an ordinary saint. This time, only the 2 of them were sent to the magic skyfire region. They majored in fire element, so the magic skyfire region was very important to them. The sect had high hopes for them. They didn't expect them to get a share of the fire marrow mine, but they hoped to get more fire cores for the sect's development. Who would have thought that the 2 of them would stumble upon such a strange valley by chance? On the altar in the middle of the valley, numerous fire cores were placed. The heavens are on our side. Junior brother, the commotion caused by us breaking the seal will definitely attract the disciples of the other sect. Let's quickly take the fire cores away. The eldest disciple of the Burning Mountain sect reminded. The 2 of them came to the altar and prepared to take the fire cores. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and a rainbow of light pierced through the sky. Sir, we are disciples of the Burning Mountain sect. We found this first. Please don't interfere. The 2 disciples of the Burning Mountain sect found that the person who came was not a disciple of a top sect. They sighed in relief and reported the name of their sect, trying to scare the other party. HMPH, Burning Mountain sect? Never heard of it. The person saw the fire cores and his eyes shone. I, Ban Qing, want these fire cores. Leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The 2 disciples of the Burning Mountain sect looked at each other and said coldly, Sir, aren't you going too far? Chapter 3542. Boom. In just one exchange, the 2 disciples of the Burning Mountain faction were sent flying. The second disciple took a full-powered blow from the black-robed man and was instantly heavily injured. Poochie. The second disciple spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The eldest senior brother's expression changed as he asked, Who are you? Which sect are you from? He had never heard of Ban Qing's name before. If he was a disciple of a top sect, he would know who he was. Keek, the black-robed man, Ban Qing, laughed sinisterly. A layer of black aura surrounded his body, blocking the corrosion of the flames. He stepped onto the altar step by step. So many fire cores, it saves me a lot of time. After a rough inspection, there were over 1,000 fire cores on the altar. Most of them were low-grade fire cores, and there were only a few dozen 5th-grade fire cores. Seeing 3 6th-grade fire cores, Ban Qing was a little surprised. Whoosh! He waved his sleeve, wanting to collect them, but at this moment, a change occurred on the altar. Inscriptions appeared inside the altar, forming a new seal that enveloped the fire cores and prevented Ban Qing from collecting them. Ban Qing frowned, gathered all his strength, and punched out. Dong. The terrifying power collided with the seal, and Ban Qing's body was constantly pushed back by the seal. You want to stop me with a mere seal? Ban Qing continued to increase his strength, and even took out his life weapon, wanting to break the seal. Below the altar, the two disciples of the Burning Mountain faction had extremely gloomy expressions. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Just as the thousands of fire cores were about to enter their pockets, such a freak appeared. Senior brother, what should we do? The second disciple of the Burning Mountain faction asked. The eldest senior brother shook his head. This person is very strong, and his cultivation technique is too strange. We can't fight him head-on. Let's retreat first. As he spoke, the two had already retreated to the edge of the valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another sound came. The two raised their heads and were stunned when they saw who it was. Heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chen. The two disciples of the Burning Mountain faction recognized Fang Chen. Senior brother, the second disciple of the Burning Mountain faction rolled his eyes and asked excitedly, what if both of them are injured? On the altar, Ban Qing was somewhat angry. The seal seemed very weak, but it was actually very strong and countered his cultivation technique. It would be very difficult to break through it with brute force in a short amount of time. Damn it! Ban Qing cursed. This is the devil-slaying formation. It devours all devil chi and is the bane of devil Dao cultivators. Ban Qing suddenly heard a voice behind him. He quickly turned his head and saw Fang Chen. Heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chen? Ban Qing said sinisterly. You know me? Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't know this person, but this person knew him. It could only be said that the Heaven-defying alliance's name was too resounding. Keek. The Heaven-defying alliance sent a total of 5 disciples this time, led by the Frost Saint Emperor. You are the only third-level Holy King, so how could you not be noticed? Ban Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. Based on what you just said, you seem to be very familiar with seals. Why don't you help me break through the seal? Ban Qing stared at Fang Chen with a smile, his killing intent overflowing. He was threatening Fang Chen. Fang Chen shrugged. I can indeed break through the devil-slaying formation, but why should I help you? I can open it myself and take all the fire cores inside. Do you think you can ignore everything just because you are a disciple of the Heaven-defying alliance? Don't forget, you are only a third-level Holy King. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Ban Qing bared his fangs. Obediently help me break through this so-called devil-slaying formation, or else your life will end here. Ban Qing began to threaten Fang Chen. Fang Chen walked onto the altar, unafraid of Ban Qing's threat. Do you know why this formation is called the devil-slaying formation? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Ban Qing shook his head. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a force touched the devil-slaying formation. The formation was instantly activated, and a monstrous power was released from the devil-slaying formation. Hiss hiss hiss. The devil-slaying formation sensed the demonic chi on Ban Qing's body and furiously attacked. You're courting death. Ban Qing cursed as he resisted the devil-slaying formation's power. Because this formation specializes in killing the disciples of the no-demon sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen attacked. He saw through the devil-slaying formation's trajectory and formed a seal with both hands, constantly increasing the devil-slaying formation's power to surround and kill Ban Qing. Ban Qing was furious. He had not expected Fang Chen to recognize him as a member of the no-demon sect. In that case, there was no need to hold back. Devil-slaying. Ban Qing roared. He blasted away the devil-slaying formation's power with both hands and charged toward Fang Chen. Outside the valley, many disciples arrived one after another. However, they were all second-rate sects with similar strength to the Burning Mountain sect. When they saw the 2 disciples of the Burning Mountain sect and the battle on the altar, they were all dumbfounded. Isn't that Fang Chen of the Heaven-defying alliance? Who's the one fighting Fang Chen? Alas, with the Heaven-defying alliance's interference, We have no fate with those fire cores. However, to be able to see such an intense battle, this trip was not in vain. When they saw Fang Chen, many disciples had already given up on the idea of fighting for the fire cause. Even the 2 disciples of the Burning Mountain sect had hoped that Fang Chen and Ban Qing would both be injured. However, as time passed, they became disheartened. To them, the extremely powerful Ban Qing was not even worth mentioning in front of Fang Chen. Perhaps the devil-slaying formation played a part in this, but Fang Chen once again showed them how heaven-defying the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance were. Boom! A sword slashed out, instantly shattering Ban Qing's defensive black chi. Then, the power of the devil-slaying formation invaded Ban Qing's body. Ah! Ban Qing screamed miserably. In an instant, his body turned into a pool of black water and was killed by the devil-slaying formation. The no-demon sect actually infiltrated the demonic Skyfire domain. Although he had killed Ban Qing, Fang Chen was not happy at all. His expression became more and more serious. What is the no-demon sect planning? Drip. Fang Chen's gaze was attracted by the devil-slaying formation. After killing Ban Qing, the devil-slaying formation refined all the demonic power and turned it into blood that dripped onto the center of the altar. What happened here? Who set up the devil-slaying formation here? Why did they set up the devil-slaying formation? Fang Chen was filled with doubts. Outside the valley. He's too strong. Ban Qing defeated us too with a wave of his hand, but in front of Fang Chen, he couldn't fight back at all, the eldest disciple of the Burning Mountain sect said with a sigh. Let's go. The fire cores already belong to someone. We don't need to waste any more time. A 3rd-level Holy King is already so powerful. He's another rising star. In the near future, he'll definitely shine on the God's Fall battlefield. It didn't take long for the disciples outside of the valley to leave. Chapter 35-43. The Demon Slayer array could refine all demon gods. It seemed simple, but in fact, it contained terrifying patterns. The slightest carelessness would put one in a desperate situation. However, after careful investigation, Fang Chen found that the Demon Slayer array would not take the initiative to attack ordinary warriors. But once it smelled demon chi, it would attack crazily. This was also the reason why Ban Qing, a disciple of the no-demon sect, was killed by Fang Chen in one blow. From the moment he stood on this altar, he was suppressed by the Demon Slayer array and could not exert his full strength. Drip. The Demon Slayer array refined the demon chi in Ban Qing's body and then turned it into blood, dripping in the center of the altar. At this moment, the altar started to change. A red halo appeared vaguely on the altar. In an instant, the entire altar was completely covered. The many disciples of the sect outside the valley could no longer see the altar. Hiss. The thousands of fire cores piled up on the altar collapsed and scattered under Fang Chen's feet. At the bottom of the fire cores, 3 layers of origin fire emerged and quickly condensed into a figure. As soon as this figure appeared, Fang Chen felt a huge pressure. Invincible Saint! Fang Chen exclaimed. He did not expect to meet an invincible saint here. Thinking of the Demon Slayer array and the Scarlet Altar, Fang Chen's face became solemn. Disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Fang Chen, greets Senior. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his fists. The illusory figure sat cross-legged on the altar, looking at Fang Chen with empty eyes. After a long time, he slowly said, "You have the aura of the Blood Cavalry Saint." Fang Chen was stunned. This figure actually knew about the Blood Cavalry Saint. He looked at the illusory figure with some vigilance. He did not know whether he was a friend or foe of the Blood Cavalry Saint. If he knew about the perfect bloodline, would he attack him? However, Fang Chen soon knew that he was wrong. He had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Is the Blood Cavalry Saint still alive? The illusory figure asked. Fang Chen shook his head and answered truthfully. The illusory figure fell into silence with a complicated expression on his face. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Although I've only met him once, we're working towards the same goal after all, so we can be considered allies. Since he has chosen you, then you must have some outstanding qualities." Fang Chen listened quietly. "I just saw that the blood in your body hasn't completely evolved into a perfect bloodline. You still have a long way to go, said the illusory figure. When he spoke until here, the illusory figure grinned. After which, he no longer spoke about these matters and changed the topic. Do you know why I set up the demon-slaying formation here? Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Then, the illusory figure told him that he used to be an invincible saint as well. Together with several other invincible saints, they were planning something important. However, at the critical moment, a mysterious expert appeared and heavily injured his primordial spirit. Although he escaped at that time, in the end, his injuries were too severe and he died here. Before he died, the claws and teeth of the mysterious expert happened to invade this place. He set up the demon-slaying formation and used it to kill those demons. The thousands of fire cores on the altar were left behind by the claws and teeth of the demon-slaying formation that were killed by the demon-slaying formation. After hearing this, Fang Chen was deeply shocked. An invincible saint was already one of the top experts in the battlefield of Godfall. In this world without a chaotic supremacy, who could compete with him if a half-chaotic supremacy didn't appear? Fang Chen was thinking. If there was anyone who had the ability to severely injure the invincible saint in front of him, then only the 3 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace and the legendary heaven-defying alliance leader could. Other than them, no one else could do this. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's expression became serious. That mysterious expert is the biggest disaster in our world. His purpose is to completely destroy us, said the illusory figure. His face was full of fear. Thinking back to the battle back then, it was too shocking. He couldn't imagine that there was such a powerful person in the world. When he said this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, the mysterious expert wasn't from the heaven-defying alliance. Could it be? He thought of the expert in the forbidden land of the North Sea, and the evil expert who hid a wisp of consciousness in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Is it him? Fang Chen felt that the expert mentioned by the illusory figure was most likely the evil expert who set up the trap in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. However, even the illusory figure couldn't explain it clearly, so Fang Chen could only guess. There will be a great disaster in this world in the future. Since you have a half-perfect bloodline, it means that you are the person chosen by the experts and the greatest trump card to deal with the disaster in the future. Speaking of this, the illusory figure looked at Fang Chen with a gentle gaze. Child, your cultivation is too weak. Hurry up and cultivate. You don't have much time left. The illusory figure pointed at the fire core on the ground. Unfortunately, before I died, I paid a great price to do something. As a result, I didn't leave anything behind and can't help you much. The illusory figure was a little lonely. Senior, Fang Chen wanted to ask what kind of disaster it was, but the illusory figure waved his hand to stop him. When your strength reaches a certain level, someone will come looking for you. You will know then. If you know now, it will be a disaster. Fang Chen nodded and didn't ask any more. Senior, do you know about the fire essence mine in the Demon Skyfire domain? Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, he returned to the topic at hand. Fire essence. The illusory figure smiled. I know about this. I think you came here for the fire essence mine, right? Whoosh. The illusory figure waved his sleeve and a fiery red token appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen instinctively reached out and caught it. Instantly, a burning aura entered his palm and a large amount of information entered his mind. Fang Chen's eyes widened and he was overjoyed. This is the core control of the fire essence mine that I refined. As long as you refine it, the entire mine will be under your control. Fang Chen's mouth was wide open and he was extremely shocked. For the current you, the Demon Skyfire domain is very suitable for you to cultivate. I saw that you comprehended the origin of metal. You can head to the core of the fire essence mine and use the fire essence crystals to comprehend the origin of fire, the illusory figure said. He also told Lin Fan that there were many fire essence crystals, but they were very secretive. Unless one had the central control token, no one below the saint level would be able to find them. Alright, I'm about to collapse. You can leave now. The illusory figure said. Senior, I will never forget the kindness you've shown me. May I ask for Senior's name so that I can engrave it in my heart? Fang Chen asked. In the ancient era, people called me Huakong. The voice became softer and softer until it finally disappeared. Fang Chen woke up from his shock and found that the illusory figure had disappeared. The altar had returned to normal and the demon slayer array was still there, but it had lost its essence. Huakong Saint. Fang Chen muttered to himself and bowed deeply to the altar. After that, Fang Chen stood on the altar and did not speak for a long time. What the Huakong Saint had said had touched him deeply. What had happened in the Battle of Gods back then? What kind of world was it in the ancient era? Why would there be a battle of gods that almost destroyed the chaotic space? What kind of unspeakable secret was behind the Battle of Godfall? Also, what was the disaster in this world? Who was the human expert in the forbidden land of the North Sea? What was the evil expert in the demon emperor's mausoleum planning? Fang Chen felt that he was too small. There were too many secrets hidden in this world. After thinking for a long time, he slowly raised his head and his eyes were firm. He understood that only when his strength reached a certain level could he know these secrets. Let's refine it here. He opened his palm and began to refine the token. Because he had gained the approval of the Huakong Saint, the process of refining the token went smoothly without any difficulties. 3 days later, the token turned into a blood-red light and drilled into Fang Chen's body, perfectly merging with his primordial spirit. At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely shocked. With just a thought, he could see every corner of the fire essence vein. Furthermore, he could control the fire essence within the fire essence vein with just a thought. This, Fang Chen was shocked. Only an invincible saint could do something like this, right? He tried to control the ore in the fire marrow vein with his mind, and it was easy for him to do so. This is great. The mission given by the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was to occupy at least 50% of the mining rights of the vein. But now, Fang Chen could control the entire vein with his mind. No one would believe it. Fang Chen grinned. The disciples of the other sect were probably working hard to kill the fire demons. And he had already controlled the vein. Phew. After adjusting his state of mind and taking a deep breath, Fang Chen slowly got up. Let's find Senior Brother Frost and the others first and kill some fire demons. Fang Chen made up his mind. However, because the Frost Saint King and the others were not in the fire marrow vein, he could not use his mind to find them. The demonic sky fire domain was huge, and it would be difficult to find them. Well, I'll just treat it as an experience. Hopefully, I can use this opportunity to break through to the Saint King level. Fang Chen smiled. While others were fighting for their lives, he was having a relaxing experience. On a small hill in the demonic skyfire domain. Poochie. Jian Moyun pointed his finger and a fire demon fell to the ground. He then kept the fire core. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Jian Qingyun quickly ran over. Big brother. Didn't I tell you to recuperate? Jian Moyun frowned. A disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance cut off one of my arms. If I don't take revenge, I won't be at ease. Jian Qingyun's face was ferocious. This was his inner demon. If he could not take revenge, his cultivation would be blocked. This was an extremely dangerous sign. Patting his younger brother's shoulder, Jian Moyun said coldly, "Don't worry. I've already asked the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain to find them. Once they are found, they will take revenge for you." Chapter 35-44. Most of the disciples who had entered the magic Skyfire region were the top disciples of their sect. In the battlefield of gods, they could be said to be the top of the younger generation outside of the Holy Ji Palace. Among them, the most famous were Jian Moyun from Sword Saint Mountain, Luo Zi from Purple Robe Sect, and the Holy Sun from Nine Saint Palace. As time went on, there were countless battles. Lu Lanshi had once told Fang Chen that the most dangerous thing in the magic Skyfire region was not the fire demons but the disciples of the other sect. People's hearts were unpredictable. The fastest way to get fire cores was to kill the disciples of the other sect. This was a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They could get enough fire cores and weaken the overall strength of their competitors. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, they would not let go of any opportunity to weaken their opponents. In the time that Fang Chen was cultivating in the mysterious valley, There were countless battles in the magic Skyfire region. Have you heard? A mysterious expert appeared and defeated Jiu Fu, who was ranked 9th on the Saint Royal ranking. Of course I have. It was said that there was a huge commotion and many super experts on the Saint Royal ranking appeared. I heard from the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain that the mysterious expert was so powerful that he defeated Jiu Fu with just one attack. Everyone was in an uproar and their hearts were filled with shock. Jiu Fu was the leading figure of the younger generation of the ancient clan. The secret techniques that he cultivated were passed down from the ancient times. The ancient clan was the oldest clan in the ancient times. They put all their resources on Jiu Fu and cultivated him into a monstrous genius. Ever since Jiu Fu made his debut, he had been invincible. He had never been defeated among the younger generation and was ranked 9th on the Saint Royal ranking. The Saint Royal ranking was written by the ancient clan. It included 100 young Saint Royal realm cultivators. They had a complete evaluation system. Those who could be ranked on the Saint Royal ranking were basically the top talents of their respective sect. Saint Emperor Frost and the others were ranked at the top of the Saint Royal ranking. To be ranked in the top 10 meant that they were invincible among the 3 Saint Royal realm cultivators. However, such a powerful Jiu Fu had been defeated by a mysterious expert. How could they not be shocked? Who is it? Which sect's expert is it? The heaven-defying alliance. Someone shook his head. There were a total of 5 disciples from the heaven-defying alliance, and they knew all of them. This battle made many people feel a sense of crisis. It wasn't just the younger generation of the various large sect that could be ranked on the Sage Royal rankings. In the vast battlefield of Godsfall, there might be many monstrous rogue cultivators hidden. Other than that, there was another piece of news. Jian Mo Yun, ranked 3rd on the Holy Emperor ranking list, challenged Niu Mo, ranked 2nd. The two of them fought fiercely. Mountains were destroyed one after another. In the end, the two of them disappeared at the same time. No one knew what the result of this battle was. Fang Chen, who was cultivating on the altar, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned as he sensed the command medallion flickering. He shot to his feet. A heaven-defying command medallion flickering. Could it be senior brother Han Bing and the others? The 5 of them had heaven-defying tokens. Only when they reached a certain distance would their tokens attract each other and vibrate. Let's go. Fang Chen grinned, stopped comprehending, and leaped out of the valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dust flew in the air. In a fiery red wasteland, a woman in a black dress was running wildly. Her body was covered in blood and her face was pale. She was clearly injured. Lu Lanshi, you can't escape. Behind her, there were 3 people chasing after her. Aren't you afraid of the heaven-defying alliance's revenge? Lu Lanshi was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Not long ago, the 4 of them encountered a beast tide and got separated. After a few days, she encountered a rank 6 fire demon. In the process of killing it, she was discovered by the 3 people behind her. They attacked together and severely injured Lu Lanshi. Boom! A shocking sword shadow shot out and sent Lu Lanshi flying. Then the 3 of them stopped and looked greedily at Lu Lanshi, who was lying on the ground. I've heard that the heaven-defying alliance is full of beauties. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. The disciple of Sword Saint Mountain sneered. Lu Lanshi, I didn't think that you would have such a day. Brother Jian, we took such a big risk to attack a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. We can't go back empty-handed, right? The other 2 shrugged. They knew that Jian Ji of Sword Saint Mountain was lustful and interested in Lu Lanshi. Therefore, they did him a favor and helped him capture Lu Lanshi. Gentlemen, this is a sword talisman made by an elder of Sword Saint Mountain. It contains the power of a rank 6 peak Holy Emperor. I'll give it to you. At this moment, Jian Ji was blinded by the beauty and urged the 2 to leave. After keeping the sword talisman, the 2 laughed and turned to leave. You! Lu Lanshi realized that something was wrong and wanted to kill himself. Bang! Jian Ji slapped him to the ground. Lu Lanshi struggled, and with a tearing sound, his sleeve was torn, revealing his snow-white skin. Come, Jian Ji, will take good care of you. Come with me and your strength will improve. Jianji smiled wretchedly. Not far away, Fang Chen was rushing over. Suddenly, with a bang, the heaven-defying talisman on him shattered. His expression changed and he sped up. The shattering of the heaven-defying talisman meant that a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance was in danger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen was like a golden-winged rock, traveling through the void and quickly found the two disciples who were chasing Lu Lanshi with Jianji. This Jianji is blinded by beauty. He's willing to give us two sword talismans to give up. The golden-robed man shook his head. Brother Fu, do you think there'll be trouble? The black-robed man was worried. After all, Lu Lanshi was a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. If they were found out, even their sect would be punished. Don't worry. After enjoying himself, Sword Taboo will take this into consideration and kill him to silence him. Whoosh. The two of them who were talking suddenly felt a powerful aura enveloping them. They raised their heads and saw Fang Chen. What were you talking about? Fang Chen asked coldly. Who are you? Brat, are you tired of living? How dare you block my path? After sensing Fang Chen's cultivation base, the two of them threatened him. What were you guys talking about just now? Fang Chen repeated. You're courting death, the golden-robed man shouted and was about to attack. But the black-robed man stopped him. He turned his head. The black-robed man's expression changed. His Fang Chen from the heaven-defying alliance. A third-level holy king who dared to enter the demonic fire domain. Other than a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, there was no one else. The two stared at each other with murderous intent. Kill. Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded. The two joined forces, wanting to kill Fang Chen as quickly as possible. Die. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and attacked furiously. The sword shadow swooped down with endless power. When it was close to the two, it split into two sword shadows. Poochie. The two were unable to resist and were heavily injured by the sword shadows, falling to the ground. Whoosh. Fang Chen turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, he felt a little worried. Lu Lanshi. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lanshi appeared in front of him. Fang Chen was furious. At this moment, Lu Lanshi's clothes were a bit tattered. Jianji's evil claws were approaching her body. Damn it. Fang Chen was furious. He slashed out with his sword, and a monstrous sword chi rushed towards Jianji. Bang! 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 Jianji reacted quickly and blocked Fang Chen's attack with his sword. But before he could react, Fang Chen had already taken Lu Lanshi away. Whoosh! Fang Chen took off his robe and covered Lu Lanshi with it. How are you? Fang Chen asked. Lu Lanshi, who was always cold and elegant, was trembling. She grabbed Fang Chen's arm tightly. She was greatly shocked. As long as I'm here, everything will be over. Fang Chen comforted her softly. It's you. Jianji recognized Fang Chen. How dare you ruin my plan? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Wait for me here. Fang Chen put Lu Lanshi aside and stepped forward. He came before Jianji and sized him up. A hero saving a damsel in distress? Unfortunately, you met me. Jianji was very arrogant. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. He was 19th on the Saint Royal ranking, one rank higher than Lu Lanshi. In the demonic fire field, unless he met someone in the top 10, he had nothing to fear. Everyone knew Fang Chen's cultivation. He didn't think that Fang Chen could be that strong. You're dead. Fang Chen said as if he was talking to a dead man. You. Jianji's sword soared into the sky. His aura was overwhelming. Just as he was about to attack, Fang Chen suddenly asked, What's your rank on the Saint Royal ranking? 19th. What about Jian Qingyun? Fang Chen continued to ask. 11th. Fang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Not long ago, I killed a disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain in front of Jian Qingyun. I even cut off one of his arms. Are you an idiot? Jianji looked at Fang Chen as if he was an idiot. You don't believe me? Fang Chen said. Looks like you didn't receive the news. But it doesn't matter. You'll believe me soon. Indeed, Genji had lost contact with the team. He didn't receive any orders from Gen Moryun. Boom. The sky changed color. Genji attacked with a sword. The two swordsmen were fighting. Shocking sword intent covered the entire area. Terrifying sword chi continued to spread. Even Lu Lanshi could feel his heart palpitating. Fang Chen. Fang Chen had come to her rescue when she was at her most helpless. She had mixed feelings. She was worried about Fang Chen. No. After a short while, a horrible shriek was heard. A sword chi that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time slashed through the sky and pierced through Genji's chest. Bang! Genji was sent flying. Blood gushed out from his chest. He was terrified. Impossible. You're just a third-level holy king. How can you be so strong? Genji panicked. He sent a message to the other two. There's a strong enemy coming. Come and help me. I'll thank you. He couldn't imagine how Fang Chen's swordsmanship could be so strong. Chapter 35-45. Genji would never have thought that the two people who had helped him had already been severely injured by Fang Chen. Even if they were not dead, they had lost their ability to fight. After sending the message, Genji realized that there was no response from Fang Chen. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen had a cold smile on his face. Genji kept retreating. Fang Chen was too strong. Unless Gen Moryun, the first disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, acted personally, no one would be able to suppress him. I, Genji, am willing to compensate for what I have done. What are your conditions? Genji begged in panic. But it was useless. Lu Lanshi was also a disciple of Heaven-Defying Alliance and had helped Fang Chen many times. If Fang Chen had not come in time, Lu Lanshi would have been humiliated. Thinking of this, Genji was furious. If anything happened to Lu Lanshi, how could he explain it to Peak Master Yun Luo? Therefore, Genji had to die. The hidden star sword was swung and Genji instinctively reached out to block it. One of his arms was instantly cut off. He screamed in pain and tried to escape. However, Fang Chen had already locked onto him and had injured him severely. There was no way for him to escape. Bang! Genji spat out blood. He could no longer support himself and sat on the ground. His face was ashen as if the end of the world had come. You can't kill me. Genji's expression changed and he gradually calmed down. He knew that Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. It was almost impossible for him to escape from under Fang Chen's nose. Rather than that, he would rather negotiate with him. He did not believe that there would be eternal enemies in this world. As long as there were enough benefits, even if it was an eternal enemy, they could work together. I am a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain and I am on the Saint Royal ranking. If you kill me, Sword Saint Mountain will definitely do their best to kill you, Genji said. Aside from the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Sword Saint Mountain was the strongest sect in the world, standing shoulder to shoulder with Purple Robes sect and Nine Holies Palace. There were many disciples from the Sword Saint Mountain who were ranked on the Holy Emperor ranking list, but only a few of them were in the top 20. Those disciples were the most precious disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, they couldn't afford to lose them. The reason he brought out the Sword Saint Mountain was to make Fang Chen retreat in the face of difficulties. I was wrong before, but Lu Lanshi did not suffer any substantial injuries. I am willing to apologize for my reckless actions and give you an origin pill. Genji gritted his teeth. The origin pill was extremely important to Saint Realm martial artists. Even Fang Chen was only given one when he became the chief among the new disciples. And now, for the sake of survival, Genji had taken out an origin source pill. From this, one could see how much he desired to live. Fang Chen was silent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. 3. That's the limit. No more. Seeing this, Genji hurriedly cried out. Fang Chen ignored Genji and continued walking forward. Genji's body was trembling as if the god of death was near. He was filled with fear. How about I add an origin saint weapon? Genji roared hysterically. This was already beyond what he could bear. However, in order to survive, He had no other choice. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen sneered. The moment you attacked Lu Lanshi, your fate was sealed. With a bang, Fang Chen punched Genji, crippling his cultivation. Then he threw Genji to Lu Lanshi. Lu Lanshi had calmed down and regained his noble temperament. He looked at Genji coldly. Miss Lulan, I was blinded by greed. Please, for the sake of the Sword Saint Mountain, let me live. Genji knew that Lu Lanshi was the key to his survival. Kill him. Lu Lanshi said coldly. His voice was emotionless. Fang Chen nodded and raised his sword. No, I have a sworn brother. He's the disciple of ancestral patriarch Yi Kang, Tang Yi. If you dare touch me, he won't let you go. Slash. With a single strike, Genji died. Thank you. Lu Lanshi lowered his head and said softly. Jian Moyun sat cross-legged on the peak of the flaming mountain, breathing fire energy. After entering the demonic fire domain, the others were fighting to kill rank 6 and above. However, Jian Moyun was not in a hurry. He had an epiphany and was comprehending the origin of fire. Phew. After cultivating for a while, Jian Moyun opened his eyes. As expected of the demonic fire domain. I've only cultivated for a few days and I feel like I've crossed the threshold. I'm about to comprehend the origin of fire. Comprehending a second origin source was simply too attractive for Sword Demon Yun. After I find the fire marrow mine and refine the fire marrow crystals, I'll be able to speed up my comprehension. When I fully comprehend the origin of fire, I'll definitely be able to challenge him. Jian Moyun's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The only expert on the sacred royal leaderboard that could make him pay so much attention to was the mysterious expert at the top. His goal was to replace him and become the new top of the sacred royal leaderboard. Phew. The communication token rang and Jian Qingyun's anxious voice came through. Big brother, Genji is dead. Jian Moyun frowned and asked, what's going on? I'm not sure yet. However, I suspect that it has something to do with the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The voice came from the other side. The Heaven-Defying Alliance. If the loss of his younger brother's arm had already infuriated Sword Demon Yun, then the death of his younger brother, Genji, had completely driven him into a frenzy. Soon, he gave an order to the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain to find Fang Chen at all costs. Not long after, a piece of news spread through the demonic fire domain. The Sword Saint Mountain had offered an origin elixir as a reward for finding someone. The target of the reward was the new chief disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Fang Chen. The news was so shocking that no one knew what was going on. Many martial artists who coveted the origin elixir started to look for Fang Chen frantically. At the same time, in front of a lava pool in the demonic fire domain, a man in crocodile armor muttered to himself. Genji is dead. I suspect that he was killed by the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Tang Yi licked his dry lips and revealed a playful smile. I don't want to kill anyone. However, the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have forced me to take action. At this point, an extremely cold aura emerged from Tang Yi's body. Although Genji's strength was weak, he was my sworn brother after all. We once said that we would share blessings and hardships together. Now that he is dead, I will overturn the entire Demon Skyfire region to avenge him. The Heaven-Defying Alliance. Tang Yi said eerily. Let me see if the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance are worthy of their name. After treating Lu Lanchi's injuries, Fang Chen brought him deep into the demonic fire domain to look for Saint Emperor Frost and the others. Along the way, they met many disciples of the sect who wanted to kill Fang Chen in exchange for the origin elixir. However, almost everyone who tried to kill him died in the hands of Fang Chen. After a few days of traveling, Fang Chen finally met up with Saint Emperor Frost and the others. Xiaoxi, are you alright? Saint Emperor Frost was furious after knowing what had happened. I'm fine. Lu Lanchi shook his head gently as Zidai comforted him. Saint Emperor Mo Bai looked at Fang Chen and said, You're good. You actually killed Genji. That guy is in the top 20 of the Saint Emperor leaderboard. The entire Sword Saint Mountain is looking for us for revenge. At the same time, Jian Moyun has also issued a reward for your whereabouts. Saint Emperor Frost said. Senior Brother Frost, what do you mean? Fang Chen asked. Our heaven-defying alliance has never provoked anyone, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of trouble. Since the Sword Saint Mountain has issued a reward for your whereabouts, then we won't back down. From today onwards, we'll officially declare war on the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, Saint Emperor Frost said. Saint Emperor Mobai added, that's right. I've always disliked Gen Mo Yun. If he dares to come, I'll teach him a lesson. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Senior brothers, Gen Mo Yun thinks he's strong and wants to do whatever he wants. He even looks down on our heaven-defying alliance and issued a reward. This is a public provocation. The two of them looked at Fang Chen, waiting for him to finish. I wonder if the two of you want to do something big. Huh. The two of them didn't know what he was talking about. Fang Chen gestured at his neck with his palm. The two of them opened their eyes wide and their pupils constricted. The two of them fell into deep thought while Fang Chen waited quietly. After a long while, Saint Emperor Mobai said, I have no objections. But if we do this, how will we explain it to the Sword Saint Mountain? Although the heaven-defying alliance wasn't afraid of the Sword Saint Mountain, if they killed all the top disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, the Sword Saint Mountain would definitely go crazy. Entering the demonic sky-fire domain is dangerous. Let's rely on our own abilities. The Sword Saint Mountain has been targeting us. It's time to teach them a lesson. Saint Emperor Frost's eyes flashed coldly. However, this lesson was bound to cause a storm of blood. Soon, the three of them discussed and decided to do something big. Saint Emperor Frost took out a map from his bosom. This is the rough map of the demonic sky-fire domain. This is where we are now. Saint Emperor Frost gestured on the map. The fire essence mine is in the depths of the demonic sky-fire domain, which is right here. After introducing the general location, Saint Emperor Frost said, although the Sword Saint Mountain isn't as strong as the Heaven-defying alliance, we have to be careful of Gen Mo Yun and the others. If he uses his trump card, we have to be prepared. We'll listen to Senior Brother Frost's orders. Saint Emperor Mobai said. Purple Butterfly and Lu Lanshi also nodded. A total of 18 disciples came from the Sword Saint Mountain this time. The one we have to pay attention to the most is Gen Mo Yun. It won't be easy to catch them all. Chapter 3546. In the Magic Skyfire region, all the top geniuses had gathered. They were all trying their best to kill rank 6 fire demons to gain more control of the Fire Marrow Mine. However, they would never have imagined that the Fire Marrow Mine that all the top forces in the Godfall battlefield would be controlled by a 3rd-level Holy King. Even Saint King Han Bing and the others would not believe it. The attraction of the Origin Elixir was too great. No one could resist the temptation. In the huge Magic Skyfire region, most of the disciples in the sect were looking for Fang Chen and the others. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In a wasteland surrounded by flames, there was a terrifying triple origin fire. Fang Chen's group of 5 suddenly appeared. The moment they came into contact with the 3 layers of origin flame in the air, their clothes burned. The expressions of the Frost Sage Emperor and the others changed drastically. They quickly circulated the energy in their bodies to resist. Follow me, Fang Chen said. He led the 4 and continued forward. Soon, they came to the center of the wasteland. There was a pentagram on the ground. Junior Brother Fang, why did you bring us here? Saint King Mobai asked. Saint King Han Bing stopped and stared at the pentagram. He was on high alert. This pentagram seems to be a powerful seal, Purple Butterfly said softly. Lu Lanshi also looked at Fang Chen curiously. They had been following Fang Chen all this time. They had not encountered any fire demons or other disciples in the sect. Was this a coincidence? At this moment, the 4 of them realized something. They looked at Fang Chen with sparkling eyes. Facing the gazes of the 4 people, Fang Chen grinned and stomped his foot. Suddenly, the pentagram underwent a shocking change. The 3 primordial flames in the surrounding void gathered crazily on the pentagram. In the blink of an eye, the power in the pentagram had accumulated to a certain extent. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. When he saw the 5-point star shatter and a pitch-black hole appear, Saint Emperor Frost's pupils constricted. What is this? Saint King Mo-bai exclaimed. The four of them were shocked by the terrifying aura that emerged from the black hole. They even suspected that there was an extremely dangerous creature under the ground. What is this place? Purple Butterfly anxiously asked. Fang Chen was in the middle of the resplendent five-point star, and beneath his feet was a pitch-black hole. The aura emitted from the ground made the Frost Holy Emperor, whose battle strength was comparable to a seventh-order saint, feel somewhat frightened. However, Fang Chen was safe and sound. This made the four of them even more puzzled. What was Fang Chen doing? The fire essence vein is underground. Fang Chen said bluntly. What? Holy Emperor Frost's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Are you sure? Fang Chen nodded and briefly explained how he had found the entrance to the fire marrow mine. Of course, this was all made up by him. This was a matter of great importance and he was not going to tell Frost Saint Emperor and the others. Instead, he was going to report it to the Holy Ji Palace. Fire essence vein. Purple Butterfly and Lu Lanshi were also delighted. The five-point star had not moved before. It was Fang Chen who had activated it. This meant that no one had been here before them. Didn't this mean that they were the first batch of sect disciples to come here? Let's go. Let's go in first. Fang Chen strode forward and plunged into the pitch-black hole. Frost Saint Emperor and the others looked at each other and finally followed him in. Fire essence was formed from the most powerful flames in the world. It contained a powerful triple origin fire. If a martial artist refined it, they would be able to comprehend the origin of fire faster. This was also the reason why all the top sect fought for control of the fire essence vein. Once they controlled the fire essence vein, it meant that in the near future, there would be a large number of saints in the sect. After the Battle of Gods, the chaotic world had declined and the path of cultivation had been blocked. Almost no one could rely on their own efforts to reach the chaotic sovereign realm. To be able to become a saint, one could already be considered to be famous in a region. Generally speaking, ordinary saint realm experts were the core and the most basic strength of every sect. With the fire essence vein, it meant that the yin-yang origin realm disciples in the sect could comprehend the origin of fire and reach the saint realm. It would not take long for them to rise. Therefore, when Frost Saint Emperor and the others entered the fire essence vein, they couldn't help but be shocked. Is this the fire essence vein? In the fire essence vein, a group of 5 walked on a very narrow path. Saint Emperor Mo-bai casually broke off a piece of red ore from the wall beside him and shouted excitedly. What a thick triple origin fire. Purple Butterfly also took a piece. She was very happy when the power of the fire essence vein entered her palm. The triple origin fire in the demonic sky fire domain was one of the most primitive flames in the world. It could not be directly absorbed and refined. However, the fire essence ore's triple origin flame was different. It had undergone the baptism and tempering of countless years before finally being nurtured, and its degree of purity was utterly not something that the third-level origin flames in the outside world could compare to. Even Fang Chen could not help but exclaim, "Everyone!" After sighing, they returned to the main topic. Don't be in a rush to refine the fire essence vein. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Frost Saint Emperor raised his head and said thoughtfully, "You said before that we should find a dangerous place, set up an array, and wait for the prey. Are you talking about this place?" Combining Fang Chen's actions and words, Frost Saint Emperor felt that the former was becoming more and more mysterious. He had to re-evaluate Fang Chen. The biggest question in his heart was how did Fang Chen find the fire essence vein? Fang Chen nodded. The fire essence vein is located at the center of the demonic skyfire domain. The disciples of the various sect go there to hunt the fire demons. Although Sword Saint Mountain has put out a bounty for us, they won't be able to hold back if they don't have any news of us. Frost Saint Emperor understood what Fang Chen meant. But Mo-bai Saint Emperor interrupted. This is the fire essence vein. It's full of danger. We don't know anything about it. If we set up the array randomly, wouldn't it be counterproductive? Zidai and Lu Lanshi were also thinking about this. Fang Chen shrugged and said calmly, "Do you trust me?" Time passed. Many disciples of the sect had entered the demonic skyfire domain for some time. Many rank 6 fire demons had been killed, which had enraged the fire demons. There were even rumors that the fire demon king had awakened and said that it would kill all the disciples of the various sect that had entered the demonic skyfire domain. When this news spread, all the disciples of the sect were excited. The weak cultivators were very worried, but the strong cultivators, for example, the top 10 cultivators of the Holy Emperor ranking list, were having a secret meeting. They wanted to cooperate and see if they could kill the fire demon king. The difference between a rank 7 fire core and a rank 6 fire core was like heaven and earth. It was too tempting. Even Sword Saint Mountain was tempted. Big brother. One-armed Jian Qingyun said, "It's been so many days. Is there no news at all?" Jian Moyun sat cross-legged. He had just finished refining a fire core. He shook his head and said, "The disciples of the heaven-defying alliance must have heard the news and hid. Otherwise, they would have exposed themselves. Humph, a guy in the top 10 of the Saint Emperor ranking only knows how to be a coward." Jian Qingyun gritted his teeth. He hated Fang Chen to the core. "Don't worry. I'll avenge you for losing your arm." Jian Moyun stood up and patted his younger brother. "Now that the Fire Demon King has appeared, many people are planning to kill it. We can't fall behind." But Jian Qingyun wanted to say something, but his brother had already disappeared. The fire essence vein. Fang Chen used 5 days to set up an array at the entrance. It's still not enough. Fang Chen pouted. He was a little dissatisfied. Before the Fire Sky Saint completely disappeared, he had imprinted the mark of the Demon Slayer array in his mind. These days, Fang Chen had barely comprehended a bit of it with his powerful array skills. Now, the vast array in front of him was the Demon Slayer array. Junior brother Fang is really good. It's hard for a 6th level Holy Emperor to escape from such an array. Saint Emperor Morbai said. He could feel the terrifying energy within the array. Han Bing Saint Emperor nodded. He had just tried it himself. Unless he used his trump card, he wouldn't be able to break the array. Moreover, the Demon Slayer chi within the array would condense into a powerful Demon Slayer blade as time passed. A 6th level Holy Emperor would find it hard to block the attack of the Demon Slayer blade. Most importantly, the Demon Slayer chi could suppress the strength of a martial artist, greatly reducing their combat strength. Among the disciples of the various sect that had entered the demonic sky fire domain, almost all of them would be affected to some extent. With this array, we're confident that we can suppress all the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Zidai smiled. If they knew that this array only had 1/10 of the power of the Demon Slayer array, how would they feel? Wang. Fang Chen inserted the last array foundation into the wall of the mine. With a wang, the Demon Slayer array closed completely and disappeared into the void. Phew, it's done. Fang Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the depths of the Fire Marrow mine. Fang Chen and the others felt the earth tremble as a monstrous force attacked. What's going on? Han Bing Saint Emperor's face changed as he felt a terrifying creature approaching. In the depths of the Fire Marrow mine, a fiery red light lit up the entire space. A fire demon covered in fire marrow crystals suddenly drilled out from the ground. It looked up to the sky and let out a furious roar, causing an earthquake. Catcher. Its large claws grabbed onto the fire marrow and with a slight force, it instantly crushed it. Damned human martial artist, how dare you barge into the territory of my fire demon clan and kill my descendants? You're courting death. The Fire Demon King spat out the human language and his nostrils spat out fire. Those who dare to kill my Fire Demon clan will all die. Just you wait. When this king comes out, the demonic Skyfire domain will be filled with blood once again. Chapter 35-47. What's going on? Holy Emperor Frost's face was grave. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from the depths of the Fire Marrow mine. The aura was so powerful that his scalp went numb. Fang Chen. Lu Lanshi also looked at him anxiously. Let's go. Fang Chen waved his hand and the 4 of them were sent into the Demon Slayer array. Stay in the Demon Slayer array. I'll go take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the mine, leaving behind 4 people who looked at each other. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had left the Demon Slayer array's range and arrived at the depths of the Fire Marrow mine. Roar. Just then, he saw a shocking scene. An incomparably huge fire demon rushed out of the lava formed by the triple origin flames. It raised its head to the sky and let out a furious roar. Human. When the fire demon king saw Fang Chen, its eyes spat fire. It slapped out and the mine shook. Fang Chen felt the world spinning. The palm formed by the triple origin fire swooped down and enveloped Fang Chen. The surrounding air condensed, but Fang Chen could not care less. With a thought, a flame essence wall instantly appeared in front of him to block. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out as the flaming palm collided with the fire essence mine, causing the earth to shake. Crack. The Flame Devil King's strength was too strong. He directly smashed the flame essence wall with a palm strike. The terrifying shockwave sent Fang Chen flying. Rank 7 Fire Demon King? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily, his heart trembling. At the same time, he released the Saint Puppet and wanted to activate it. However, at this moment, the fire demon with its monstrous aura instantly stopped attacking. It widened its eyes and sized up Fang Chen seriously. Seeing this, Fang Chen was somewhat stunned. The Fire Demon King shook its head and came to Fang Chen. It sniffed as if it was looking for something. What happened? Fang Chen was very puzzled. Just now, he had clearly felt that the 7th rank fire demon was filled with anger and killing intent towards him. Why did it suddenly stop attacking? You gained the recognition of the Fire Sky Saint. The Fire Demon King spoke in human language. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned, and then he understood. Come to think of it, the Fire Demon King must be related to the Fire Sky Saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped. Fang Chen nodded and told the Fire Demon King what had happened in the valley. Who? The Fire Devil King's breathing was a little hurried. Its face was trembling. It was very excited. Greetings, Master. The Fire Demon King knelt on one knee and worshipped Fang Chen sincerely. This, Fang Chen shrugged, somewhat stunned. The Fire Demon King stood up and explained the situation in detail. It turned out that the Fire Demon clan was once a very powerful clan in the ancient times. However, because of the Battle of Godfall, they were almost wiped out. Only a few clansmen were left and they fled frantically. In the end, they fled to the Demon Skyfire region. For countless years, the people of the Fire Demon clan lived carefully and worked hard to cultivate. They wanted the Fire Demon clan to rise again. However, one day, a mysterious expert came and discovered them. He started a crazy massacre. Fortunately, the Fire Sky Saint appeared in time and saved them. From then on, the Fire Demon clan followed the Fire Sky Saint and protected him. It was a pity that the Fire Sky Saint fell. I see. Hearing this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the Fire Demon King in front of him to be the servant of the Fire Sky Saint. He was finally relieved. My clan is almost wiped out. Strictly speaking, the fire demons living in the Magic Skyfire region can't be considered as my pure-blooded descendants. Fang Chen could control the ores in the Fire Marrow mine at will. Moreover, he had the aura of the Fire Sky Saint and the Demon Slayer formation that the Fire Demon King discovered. He believed in Fang Chen's identity without a doubt. The Fire Sky Saint has his reasons for choosing you. From today onwards, you are the new master of the Fire Demon clan. The Fire Demon King said. Fang Chen nodded and didn't refuse. There were many enemies in the Magic Skyfire region, such as the Sword Saint Mountain. With such a powerful servant, it would be easy. Have you always lived here? Fang Chen asked. The Fire Demon King nodded. Fang Chen told him his plan. The Fire Demon King said, Humph, how dare he attack my master? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. Immediately, the Fire Demon King said that he wanted to find the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain for revenge. However, he was stopped by Fang Chen. He had his own considerations. If the news that the Fire Demon King obeyed his orders spread, it would cause a huge uproar in the sect. In the end, the news that he had obtained the approval of the Fire Sky Saint and controlled the entire Fire Marrow mine couldn't be hidden. At that time, He would become a thorn in the eyes of the various top forces. They would do everything they could to capture him. Although he was a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, he wasn't strong enough to ignore the threats of the various sect. Therefore, Fang Chen chose to keep a low profile. Hide in the mine and don't attack. When I'm no match for him, you can attack, Fang Chen said to the Fire Demon King. Not long after, Fang Chen returned to the Demon Slayer formation. The tremors in the Fire Marrow mine had already disappeared. When the Frost Saint Emperor and the others asked, Fang Chen just brushed it off. In a wasteland not far from the Fire Marrow mine, there was a fierce battle. Whoosh! Resplendent saber lights filled the sky. A cultivator wielding a saber sent out saber after saber strike. With every saber strike, the sky darkened even more. TMPH, the ancient race young master only has this much ability. The man with the long blade sneered. With a flick of his wrist, the long saber moved horizontally and suddenly appeared behind Jiu Fu. The saber slashed at his back. Although Jiu Fu dodged, he was still injured. Poochie. The long saber contained a terrifying origin energy, and it sent Jiu Fu flying with a single blow. The latter retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yang, you've hidden your strength well, Jiu Fu said coldly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The man called Lin Yang sheathed his long blade. You're only my first opponent in this trip to the demonic Skyfire domain. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. Back then, Jiu Fu had become the most dazzling genius of the ancient race. His ancient demon annihilation art had reached perfection and there were few who could match him in the younger generation. After reaching the Saint Emperor realm, he had directly entered the top 10 of the Saint Emperor ranking. Before entering the demonic Skyfire domain, he had never lost. But now, in such a short period of time, he had lost 2 consecutive battles and his confidence had been shattered. Jiu Fu stared at Lin Yang solemnly. This guy was ranked 10th on the Saint Emperor ranking and he came from a weak sect. Who? Fang Chen rushed over from afar. Someone's fighting? When he arrived, he saw the end of the battle. It was the clash between the two. Jiu Fu of the ancient race? Fang Chen had once read the records of the Sage Emperor rankings and recognized Jiu Fu's identity with a single glance. Who's that guy? He can actually defeat Jiu Fu? Fang Chen looked at Lin Yang seriously. Lin Yang, ranked 10th on the Saint Emperor ranking, had actually defeated Jiu Fu. If he had guessed correctly, Lin Yang's strength was comparable to the Frost Saint Emperor. Indeed, there are no weaklings on the Saint Emperor ranking. Fang Chen sighed. Shoo. At this moment, a terrifying saber radiance tore through the void and appeared before him, stabbing towards his chest. Fang Chen frowned and struck out with his palm. Crack. The saber radiance shattered and Fang Chen took a few steps back. He blocked it. Obviously, Lin Yang was surprised. He had not expected a third-rank Holy Emperor to be able to block his saber radiance. You're indeed a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. You can't be judged by common sense. Lin Yang stared at Fang Chen. I've long wanted to experience the skills of the heaven-defying alliance's disciples. Coincidentally, I've met you today. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Lin Yang struck as soon as he finished speaking. Shoo. Wherever the saber radiance went, the void shattered. 9 saber sky extinction. Lin Yang let out a low growl as he displayed his unique skill. The sky changed color as the saber was executed. However, Fang Chen was not a pushover. He took out the star-concealing sword and executed the chaos sword art. Bang! 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 The saber radiance and sword radiance clashed together and there was a terrifying energy fluctuation. Lin Yang's expression changed when he saw that Fang Chen had blocked the 3 saber radiance effortlessly. To be able to block the first 3 saber sky extinction is enough to prove that your strength is comparable to a 6th-rank Holy Emperor. Lin Yang swung his saber radiance again. The 4th saber radiance, the 5th saber radiance, and the 6th saber radiance. 3 saber radiance intertwined. Lin Yang's strength should be comparable to Holy Emperor Mo Bai. He might even be stronger. Fang Chen muttered to himself. If I go all out, it won't be a problem to defeat him. However, His strength would definitely be exposed. If the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain knew about it, it would be difficult to lure them out and kill them. With that thought, Fang Chen swung his saber radiance and intertwined with the three saber radiance. Then, he leaped and appeared in the void 1,000 miles away. Today's battle ends here. Trying to leave. Lin Yang swung his saber radiance for the 7th time. It pierced through the void and chased after Su Mo. However, Fang Chen had already disappeared without a trace. Boom! The saber radiance exploded 1,000 miles away and shattered the void. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes and pondered. Interesting fellow, Lin Yang said. In the distance, Ji Fu, who had been watching the battle, was even more shocked. An unknown disciple of the heaven-defying alliance had actually unleashed such terrifying strength. His combat strength was comparable to Lin Yang's. He could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Holy Emperor ranking board. Monster! Ji Fu could not help but exclaim. It was difficult for other top sect to nurture a demon-like disciple who was ranked in the top 10 of the Holy Emperor ranking board. However, the heaven-defying alliance had casually sent out a 3rd-rank Holy King disciple, and he was so powerful. In the void, Fang Chen stepped on the clouds and moved quickly. With my current strength, it should be difficult for me to find a match among the 6th-rank Holy Emperors. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Other than the top 5 demon-like disciples on the Holy Emperor ranking board, he was fearless. However, he was confident that he would surpass them in the near future. Chapter 35-48. In fact, with Fang Chen's strength, it was not difficult to defeat Lin Yang. However, he had a mission now and did not want to be entangled with Lin Yang, so he chose to leave. However, in the eyes of Lin Yang and Ji Fu, this scene made them think that Fang Chen was no match for them and had fled. All of this was no longer within Fang Chen's consideration. At this time, he was already far away from the fire marrow mine and was heading towards the place where the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain gathered. Along the way, Fang Chen stopped in front of an impressive mountain. This mountain was blood red and contained a terrifying triple origin fire. At the top of the mountain, there was a fire dragon circling around, giving off an extremely shocking feeling. After asking around, he found out that the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain had gathered here and seemed to have discovered something. Sword Saint Mountain? Fang Chen smiled sinisterly and immediately released his primordial spirit golden core. His consciousness spread out and extended to the top of the mountain, instantly discovering the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain. Who is it? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Then, the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain discovered that someone was spying on them and exploded in anger. Swoosh! In the sky, a dazzling blade light swooped down with invincible blade chi and slashed towards the void, trying to force Fang Chen's consciousness to retreat. However, they miscalculated. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Even an ordinary saint might not be stronger than him. Crack! With a thought, Fang Chen withdrew his consciousness and gathered it together, easily blocking the blade light that swooped down and then crushing it. What's going on? At this time, he could vaguely hear the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain discussing on the mountain top. Crash! Fang Chen leaped up and in a few strides, he arrived at the mountain top. When they saw Fang Chen, many disciples of Sword Saint Mountain cried out. It's you! After a moment of shock, everyone glared at Fang Chen, wanting to tear him into pieces. You actually dare to appear? There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you barge in. Since you're here, then stay here forever. Brat, you've killed a disciple of our Sword Saint Mountain and even severed one of senior brother Jian Qingyun's arms. Our Sword Saint Mountain will spare no effort in killing you. In an instant, many disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain surrounded Fang Chen, their killing intent surging. Fang Chen's gaze swept through the crowd, but he didn't see Jian Qingyun and Jian Moyun. He shook his head regretfully and asked, "Where is Jian Moyun? If eldest senior brother was here, do you think you could still stand here and speak? What's the point of talking to him? Just kill him." Some of the disciples could no longer hold themselves back and were about to make a move. "Is Sword Demon Cloud not here?" Fang Chen murmured. At that moment, The disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain attacked together. Kill! Fang Chen bellowed. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed a fierce and overbearing swordsmanship. Every time he brandished his sword, it would trigger the triple origin fire in the void and even cause the entire mountain to tremble. Let's attack together and kill him. A 4th-level Sage Emperor was the first to rush to Fang Chen. His face was filled with joy. If he could kill Fang Chen, he would definitely be regarded highly by his eldest senior brother. At that time, he would be able to hold his head high among the younger generation of disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain and achieve a meteoric rise. It was as if he could already see the future. Poochie. However, at that moment, a shocking pain pulled him back to reality. He lowered his head and saw a long sword piercing through his chest. Blood flowed out continuously. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he realized that his vitality was rapidly fading away. No, a miserable shriek came out from his mouth. In the end, he fell head first onto the ground. This scene had completely enraged the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Damn you! The disciples attacked in a frenzy. Countless saber glows intertwined with one another, forming a barrier that suppressed Fang Chen. Poochie. Sword after sword, Fang Chen's swordsmanship was extremely tricky. Even Lin Yang could not deal with his strength. How could these disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain withstand his attacks? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain had fallen and collapsed on the ground. On the mountain peak, blood was dyed red and intertwined with the triple origin fire, forming a unique scene. At that moment, the other disciples finally realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Chen had started a massacre. The disciples below the 6th level could not resist and were slaughtered directly. Run! In the distant horizon, the disciples of the other sect sensed the bloody aura and looked over. When they saw that Fang Chen was slaughtering the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, they were all stunned. They could not imagine that a 3rd-level Sage King would charge into a group of Sage Emperors and slaughter them. This was simply indescribable. Poochie. The hidden star sword killed a disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain that was close to him. Fang Chen stopped his massacre. It's about time. Fang Chen murmured. All the disciples below the 6th level of the Sword Saint Mountain were slaughtered by him. He did not chase after the few 6th-level disciples who had escaped because he had other plans. If Jian Moyun hears this, he will come looking for me, right? Immediately, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Not long after he left, 2 silhouettes shot over from the distant horizon. Seeing the blood-soaked mountain peak, Jian Moyun let out a furious roar. What's going on? Jian Moyun's face was extremely gloomy. He had never been so furious before. Whoosh! Whoosh! The few 6th-level disciples who had just escaped returned. They were battered and exhausted, but they were barely holding on. Jian Qingyun hurriedly asked, "Who is targeting the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain?" "Heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chen." Hearing Fang Chen's name, Jian Moyun and Jian Qingyun's faces turned ferocious. "Frost Saint Emperor, how dare you attack my Sword Saint Mountain when I haven't even gone looking for you?" Jian Moyun said coldly, "You're all going to die for killing my disciples." In the distance, countless disciples of the sect fell silent. This was a declaration of war and revenge. Any force that dared to look down on the heaven-defying alliance would be annihilated. Even the Sword Saint Mountain was no exception. Many people sighed. At the same time, some were excited. The disciples of the Sword Saint God were almost annihilated. Jian Moyun was furious and wanted to take revenge. In the near future, there would be a shocking battle. They would be able to feast their eyes. Not long after, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain left. The news quickly spread. Fang Chen was once again a figure on the tip of the blade. Even the top 10 monstrous geniuses on the Saint Emperor ranking started to ask about Fang Chen. Lin Yang and Jiu Fu were also shocked when they heard the news. Soon, the news spread that the top 10 monstrous geniuses on the Saint Emperor ranking had appeared in the dangerous places of the Demon Skyfire domain. The holy son of the Nine Saint Palace, Shen Chu, Luo Zi of the Purple Dress Sect, Ox Demon, and the other top 10 monstrous geniuses were also paying attention to the battle. Rip! A magma river was suddenly torn apart, and a burly man in red armor walked out of it. His body released a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. He opened his eyes and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out, flattening a mountain in the distance. He had an evil smile on his face. Heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chen? Tang Yi's voice was hoarse. He was the personal disciple of old ancestor Yi Kang. He was also ranked 5th on the Saint Emperor ranking. He had inherited the skills of old ancestor Yi Kang and was regarded as one of the most promising geniuses among the Saint Emperors. Ever since he entered the demon sky fire domain, he had been cultivating in the magma. Now, he had taken that step and the 7th rank Saint realm was right in front of him. However, as soon as he came out of seclusion, he heard about Fang Chen and the matter of him becoming sworn brothers. 3rd rank Saint King? Tang Yi's expression was cold as he expelled the 3rd origin fire around him. He squinted his eyes and his killing intent soared. I don't care who you are. If I want you to die, you must die, Tang Yi said. He had taken that step and his strength had surpassed Saint Emperor Han Bing and Jian Moyun. He was not even afraid of Ox Demon, who was ranked 2nd. His goal this time was to challenge the 1st on the Saint Emperor ranking. The Demon Skyfire domain is where I, Tang Yi, will rise. My master is very confident in me. He said that I would reach the top of the Saint Emperor ranking at some point. Now that I, Tang Yi, am here, you should all tremble. Tang Yi stomped his foot and the entire ground shook. I will step on the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance and reach the top. The remaining disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain followed Jian Moyun and chased after Fang Chen. In fact, the reason why they could chase after Fang Chen so easily was because of the clues that he had deliberately left behind. In the demon-slaying formation in the Fire Marrow Mine. How was it? Saint Emperor Han Bing and the others asked curiously when Fang Chen returned. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation. Lu Lanshi and the other 3 were all stunned when they heard it. After a long while, Saint Emperor Morbai gave him a thumbs up. I admire you. Junior brother Fang is so brave. Junior brother Fang killed the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. The heaven-defying alliance has completely fallen out with the Sword Saint Mountain. Purple Butterfly wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lu Lanshi. The Sword Saint Mountain issued a bounty for the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. From then on, we will fight to the death. I think Fang Chen did a good job. Saint Emperor Han Bing nodded. When Jian Moyun issued the bounty, there was no turning back. They had set up the demon-slaying formation to catch all the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Since they were going to play, they might as well play big. The disciples of the heaven-defying alliance had never been afraid of anyone. Now is not the time to chat. Everyone, get back to your positions and be ready to fight, Saint Emperor Han Bing ordered. Saint Emperor Morbai, Purple Butterfly, and Lu Lanshi returned to their positions according to the previous arrangement. Senior brother Han Bing. Fang Chen asked, is it really impossible to contact the upper echelons of the sect in the Magic Dome Fire domain? If all the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain were killed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. When the saints got involved, it would be difficult to deal with. He needed to contact Palace Lord Lei of the Dao Palace and report the true situation of the Fire Marrow Mine. Chapter 3549. Under Jian Moyun's lead, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain were rushing towards the Fire Marrow Vein where Fang Chen was. Senior brother, look. Suddenly, a disciple shouted. Jian Moyun jerked his head up and was astonished. After a short moment of shock, excitement appeared on his face. Is that the Fire Marrow Vein? The Fire Marrow Vein was the core of the sect's mission. Before entering the Magic Sky Fire domain, although they knew about the Fire Marrow Vein, they didn't know where it was. Only by killing a certain number of fire demons could they enter the Fire Marrow Vein. From there, they could distribute the rights to the Fire Marrow Vein. But now, Jian Moyun had discovered the Fire Marrow Vein in advance. This meant that they could enter and obtain the Fire Marrow Vein without anyone noticing. I didn't expect the Fire Marrow Vein to be here. Jian Moyun's eyes flickered. I think the other sect's disciples are still killing fire demons. Since we found the fire marrow vein, we have the upper hand. Jen Moyun's intention was simple. He wanted to enter the fire marrow vein first and take it for himself. Senior brother, don't you think it's strange? A disciple asked. They had followed Fang Chen all the way here and found the fire marrow vein. What did that mean? You mean? One-armed Jen Qingyun frowned. Has the heaven-defying alliance found the fire marrow vein? But if that's the case, why would they expose the location of the fire marrow vein? Fang Chen had killed the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, so they must have found him. This was tantamount to exposing the location of the fire marrow vein. Jen Qingyun couldn't understand. Did they set a trap to kill us? Suddenly, Jen Qingyun was shocked and his eyelids twitched. He looked at his brother and saw that Jen Moyun was deep in thought. I think senior brother Jen Qingyun's words make sense. The disciples of the heaven-defying alliance must have heard the news when we posted the bounty. With our understanding of the heaven-defying alliance, they will definitely do everything they can to take revenge. A disciple analyzed, that day, the strength Fang Chen displayed was comparable to the experts in the top 20 of the Sage Emperor rankings. If he wanted to, none of us would be able to escape, but he let us go. Hearing the analysis of his disciples, Jen Moyun's face darkened. An ambush. His gaze was deep as he looked at the fire essence mine. At the end of the wasteland, there was a mine shrouded in flames. It was very tempting. Chumph, with just them? Said another disciple disdainfully. In their opinion, Holy Emperor Bingbing was only ranked 4th on the Holy Emperor ranking list, while their eldest disciple was ranked 3rd. In terms of overall strength, Jen Moyun completely suppressed the Frost Holy Emperor. That was because everyone knew that the top 3 on the Sacred Emperor rankings were on a completely different level compared to the bottom 3. With eldest senior brother's strength, even if they set up a trap, we have nothing to fear. The other disciples nodded as well. Since they lured us here to ambush us, there's no need for us to hold back anymore. Let's just kill them and make them stay here forever. When Jen Qingyun heard that, his eyes darted around as he pondered. He hated Fang Chen to the bone. If it weren't for Fang Chen, he wouldn't have lost his arm. The enmity of losing an arm was absolutely irreconcilable. Big brother. After a long moment of silence, Jen Qingyun finally spoke. In the heaven-defying alliance, only the Frost Saint Emperor is ranked in the top 10 of the Saint Emperor ranking, and his ranking is lower than yours. I think this is a rare opportunity. In the outside world, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do anything to the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. However, this was the magic sky fire region. Moreover, this was the mysterious fire essence mine. Even if he killed them, there would be no evidence. If we want to take the initiative and secretly mine the mines, we have to kill them all. Soon, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain reached a consensus and waited for Jen Moyun to agree. Whoosh! Jen Moyun took a deep breath and a strange smile appeared on his face. He raised his head. His eyes were scarlet, and his body was filled with killing intent. Fine, I want to see what kind of trap the Frost Saint Emperor has set for me. In the fire essence mine, a circular ball of light appeared in the Frost Saint Emperor's palm. This ball of light contained a spatial mark. They were in an independent space like the magic skyfire region. If they wanted to communicate with the outside world, they could only do so through the spatial mark. The spatial mark was extremely precious. Even experts skilled in the Tao of space might not be able to condense it. Only the heaven-defying alliance could take out such a precious item. Wang. The Frost Saint Emperor activated the ball and the spatial mark flashed. The spatial mark has been activated. If you have anything to say it quickly. Fang Chen nodded and sent a message with his primordial spirit. A soul Tao ripple twisted in the void before it was absorbed by the spatial mark and disappeared. Catcher. The spatial mark dissipated and the ball instantly shattered. The Frost Saint Emperor's body staggered a few times. His face was pale. It was obvious that activating the spatial mark had made him uncomfortable. Senior brother Frost? Fang Chen asked. The Frost Saint Emperor shook his head. I'm fine. The news has already spread. When Peak Master Yun Luo receives the news, he will immediately send a message to Palace Master Lei. However, he wasn't sure if Palace Master Lei would come. After all, the fight for the Fire Essence Mine was a rule set by the various sect. Even the heaven-defying alliance had to abide by the rules. Senior Brother Frost, you should go and rest. I think the people from the Sword Saint Mountain will be here soon, Fang Chen said. As the Frost Saint Emperor rested, Fang Chen took the opportunity to check the situation of the Demon Slayer array. After everything had stabilized, he sat cross-legged in the control center. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After some time, Fang Chen heard the sound of footsteps, following which, a clamor of voices could be heard. With a thought, Fang Chen could feel the changes in the devil-slaying formation. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered that Zhen Moyun and the remaining disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain had already entered the devil-slaying formation. Be careful, Zhen Moyun exhorted. He walked at the front and felt that something was amiss. All of a sudden, he made a grabbing motion in the air, and a ripple was caught in his hand. Array! Zhen Moyun shouted and threw out a punch. The Demon Slayer array rippled and shook, but it eventually stabilized. A powerful force swept through the Demon Slayer array. Zhen Moyun looked coldly at the control center. It's you, Zhen Moyun said coldly. His gaze swept across Saint Emperor Frost and the other three. You want to deal with me, Zhen Moyun, with such a formation? Soon, Zhen Moyun regained his composure and stood with his hands behind his back. Dao Palace, Myriad Dao World. Palace Master Lei was about to leave the Myriad Dao World after settling the matters of the Dao Palace. However, right at this moment, the void tore apart and a figure flashed out. Daoyun. The person was Wang Daoyun, the genius of the Nine Regions branch. He was also in charge of keeping an eye on Fang Chen's daily life. Palace Master Lei was surprised to see him rushing over. Palace Master, Fang Chen has sent back a message, Wang Daoyun said. Palace Master Lei's face changed instantly. Fang Chen should be aware of the value of the spatial imprint. Back then, he had given them one as a precaution. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Now that the space mark had sent back a message, something big must have happened. What's the message? Palace Master Lei asked sharply. Peak Master Yun Luo told me that the message from the space mark was from Huakong. In fact, Wang Daoyun was also confused. What did it mean? When Palace Master Lei heard the name Huakong, he was sure that the message was from Fang Chen. I see. You can leave now. Palace Master Lei waved his hand and asked Wang Daoyun to leave. He must have sent back the name Huakong because he did not want the other disciples to know about it. Back then, Huakong Saint and Xueqi Saint were part of the same batch of experts. He should know about the secret of the perfect bloodline. I think Fang Chen must have obtained the inheritance of Huakong Saint, Palace Master Lei guessed. It's a serious matter. I'd better go there personally. No matter what it was, the name Huakong was enough for Palace Master Lei to make a trip there personally. When Palace Master Lei left the Myriad Dao World, there was also a fierce battle in the Fire Marrow Mine. Fang Chen had used the power of the Demon Slayer array to kill all the remaining disciples of Sword Saint Mountain, leaving only Zhen Qingyun and Zhen Moyun. It's your turn now, Fang Chen shrugged. The Demon Slayer array could suppress the origin energy of the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain, but they could not. Instead, it would increase their strength slightly. Damn it. Zhen Moyun's eyes were red and he was furious. He had attacked several times but was stopped by Sacred Emperor Han Bing, Sacred Emperor Mo Bai, and the other two. He could only watch helplessly as his junior brothers were killed. You have successfully infuriated me. Sword Chi burst out from Zhen Moyun's body as he tore apart the seal. I was going to use this trump card to challenge the top of the Sacred Emperor leaderboard, but you made me use it in advance. Today, all of you will die. As he spoke, the aura on Zhen Moyun's body had reached its peak. Sacred Emperor Han Bing cursed inwardly. Zhen Moyun's strength had broken through the shackles and reached the level of a sage. Rank 7? Sacred Emperor Mo Bai's voice was anxious. No, he did not break through his cultivation level. He must have cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed his strength to break through the shackles in a short period of time. This kind of secret technique should have a time limit. We can't take it head on, we just have to drag it out, Purple Butterfly said. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Jian Moyun laughed maniacally as his sword Qi burst out into the sky. Even Jian Qingyun was terrified. Demon Slayer Array, slay all evil. Fang Chen quickly formed seals with his hands and the structure of the Demon Slayer Array changed continuously to suppress the berserk Jian Moyun. The four of you, return to your original positions, Fang Chen called out. Sacred Emperor Han Bing and the other three did not hesitate and returned to their original positions to help Fang Chen control the Demon Slayer Array. You repulsive people joined hands to deal with my brother. How can I let you succeed? Chapter 3550. Jian Qingyun's goal was simple. He wanted to kill or severely injure any one of the four Saint Emperors. He wanted to destroy their positions and destroy the internal structure of the Demon Slayer Array. In that case, he and his brother would no longer be suppressed by the Demon Slayer Array and could unleash their full strength. As long as his brother could unleash his full strength, the five Saint Emperors would definitely die even if they all attacked together. Die. Although Jian Qingyun had been lusting after Lu Lanchi's beauty, he did not hesitate to use the strongest swordsmanship of Sword Saint Mountain in such a life-or-death situation. He stabbed his sword at Lu Lanchi. Hiss. The terrifying sword Qi in the Demon Slayer Array pierced through the obstacles and appeared in front of Lu Lanchi. If he took another step forward, Lu Lanchi would be severely injured. You are courting death. Fang Chen saw this and attacked in anger. Humph. In front of Fang Chen, Jian Moyun snorted coldly and performed a powerful swordsmanship. He condensed a dense sword light and blocked Fang Chen. He realized the power of the Demon Slayer Array and was waiting for his brother, Jian Qingyun, to severely injure Lu Lanchi and destroy the internal structure of the Demon Slayer Array. However, he did not expect Fang Chen to be able to control the entire mine. With a thought, a wall made of fire marrow appeared in front of Lu Lanchi. Poochie. The sword Qi was blocked by the fire marrow wall. Lu Lanchi was shocked but not hurt. Although he was shocked, he heaved a sigh of relief. When the Frost Saint Emperor and the others saw this, their eyes widened, and they were tongue-tied. The more time he spent with Fang Chen, the more the Frost Sage Emperor realized that Fang Chen was hiding too many secrets. He was simply unfathomable. Activate. However, he knew that it was not the time to think about this. He shouted and the four of them opened their palms. Strands of origin energy entered the base of the Demon Slayer Array. Suddenly, the power of the Demon Slayer Array increased greatly and the pressure on Jian Moyun increased. Bang! Jian Qingyun's sneak attack failed and he was sent flying by the rebounding force. He forcefully stabilized himself and looked at Jian Moyun anxiously. Brother, what should we do? Jian Moyun held his sword and said coldly, Humph, a third-level Saint King is still a third-level Saint King. Do you think you can defeat me with this array? Jian Moyun sneered. In his opinion, although the Demon Slayer Array could suppress him, Fang Chen was too weak and could not do anything to him. My partner hasn't drunk human blood for a long time. I think your blood should satisfy him. Buzz. Jian Moyun's aura. Sword Saint's hand. Jian Moyun bellowed as he executed his ultimate technique. His battle prowess was comparable to a seventh-order saint, and his body exuded an aura of unparalleled arrogance. The Saint Moyun was the Saint Emperor of the Saint Emperor ranking Saint King. His objective this time, besides the right to mine, was an even more important mission, and that was to challenge the top of the Saint Emperor rankings and establish his status as a supreme expert of the younger generation. From there, he would be able to enter the legendary secret realm that could allow him to become a chaotic sovereign. Kill. Sword Demon Yun roared as he waved his long sword. Terrifying sword radiance shot out from his long sword one after another. Fang Chen controlled the Demon Slayer Array with ease and suppressed Jian Moyun with absolute power. He took out the star-hidden sword and attacked with all his might. He had to admit that Jian Moyun was very strong. He was the strongest person he had met in the younger generation so far. Jian Moyun was even stronger than Saint Emperor Han Bing. Jian Moyun licked his dry lips and the blood in his body surged. Only an expert like Jen Moyun was worthy of his full strength. I'll let you test my true strength, Fang Chen said softly. Then, he used the Chaos Sword principle. Sword radiance shot out from his sword and formed a sword net in the Demon Slayer array. It shrunk and tried to trap Jen Moyun. Humph, I am the strongest sword cultivator in the younger generation. How dare you draw your sword in front of me? Jen Moyun sneered when he saw Fang Chen attacking. Sword Saint Mountain had always been the strongest sword cultivator sect in the battlefield of gods. They had produced countless sword cultivators, and the heaven-defying alliance couldn't compare to them. There was even a rumor that there had been a half-step chaotic supreme realm super sword cultivator in Sword Saint Mountain before the Battle of Gods in ancient times. Poochie. The star-hidden sword let out a loud sword cry. Terrifying sword radiance shot out at Jen Moyun. The latter roared and slashed out. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated in the sky. A blinding light swept across the entire Demon Slayer array. The Chaos Sword radiance was shattered by Jen Moyun. The shattered sword radiance shot out in all directions. Poochie. Jen Qingyun, who was standing not too far away, was just about to dodge when he was struck in the chest by a burst of sword chi. Bang! The energy in his body quickly dissipated. His face was pale and his body was trembling. In just a few seconds, he felt the energy in his body being drained. He knelt on one knee and his life force was fading. Big brother. Jen Qingyun's throat moved as he stretched out his hand towards Jen Moyun. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He felt that he was about to die and he was unwilling to accept this. Brother. Jen Moyun cried out when he saw this. He gave up on attacking and rushed to Jen Qingyun's side to help him up. Wang. He frantically injected energy into Jen Qingyun's body. However, Jen Moyun's face turned increasingly gloomy. This was because his brother's body temperature was constantly dropping and his life force was still fading. I don't want to die. Big brother. Jen Qingyun shook his head in pain. He never imagined that he would end up like this. He was a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain and was fated to become one of the upper echelons of Sword Saint Mountain. He might even become one of the giants in the battlefield of gods. But now, he was going to die in the fire marrow mine. Tears hung from the corners of his eyes as he feared death. Jen Moyun was in pain. He suppressed his grief and comforted his brother. With me here, you will be fine. Bang! Jen Qingyun's body could no longer support itself as he fell to the ground. Jen Moyun held his brother's hand tightly. No, I won't let you leave. Take revenge. In the end, Jen Qingyun still died. The primordial chaos sword chi contained the origin of metal. It tore apart his organs. Ah! An angry roar came from Jen Moyun's mouth. He closed his brother's eyes. You will not die in vain. Big brother will avenge you and bring you back to Sword Saint Mountain. Following that, he placed Jen Qingyun's corpse into his spatial ring. He slowly stood up. His eyes were scarlet and his hair was disheveled. A bloody aura surrounded his body. At this moment, Jen Moyun was like a giant beast. He glared at Fang Chen. Chapter 3551. Jen Moyun's heart was bleeding. He had taken care of his younger brother since he was a child until he became a top disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain. Along the way, he had developed a deep relationship with his younger brother. An image of the past appeared in his mind. Before he became the top disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain, he was in danger. It was his younger brother who stood out at the crucial moment and blocked the most critical attack for him. He vaguely remembered that there was a smile on his younger brother's pale face. That day, he swore that he would never let his younger brother get hurt again. If this world couldn't tolerate him, then he would become the enemy of the whole world. He clenched his fists in anger. His eyes were red and he was panting heavily. He was like a prehistoric monster. He had lost his mind and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to avenge his younger brother. You shouldn't have attacked my younger brother. Jen Moyun roared. He didn't protect his younger brother and let him die. This was the most painful thing in his life. It was an indescribable pain. He could only use his iron fist to extinguish the anger in his heart. Sword Saint's hand. Jen Moyun made his move. He used the strongest sword technique of the Sword Saint Mountain. It was a supreme sword technique. When cultivated to the peak, one could form the Sword Saint's hand and destroy the world. Wang Moyun waved his long sword rapidly. Sword chi shot out in front of him and condensed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a blurry palm appeared in front of him. This was the Sword Saint's hand. Fang Chen was excited. He had heard of the strongest sword technique of the Sword Saint Mountain a long time ago. Today, he could finally experience it. This is the Sword Saint's hand? His half-perfect blood was restless. He was getting more and more excited. Fang Chen majored in the Sword Dao and Zhen Moyun was a rare genius in the Sword Dao. How could Fang Chen not be excited when two geniuses of the Sword Dao clashed? Moreover, there weren't many people on the Sacred Emperor ranking board who had personally experienced the Sword Saint's hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Sword Saint's hand was condensed. Although it was blurry, it released a thunderous force. Two different types of origin energy rushed into the Sword Saint's hand. In an instant, the power of the Sword Saint's hand soared once again, causing the demon-slaying formation to tremble. The expressions of the Sacred Emperor and the others changed greatly as their hearts skipped a beat. This is, among the four, the one who was the most shocked was none other than the Frost Saint Emperor. He was ranked 4th on the Holy Emperor ranking list, while Zhen Moyun was ranked 3rd. In the past, the two of them had fought to a draw. However, how many years had it been since then? Had Sword Demon Yun become so powerful? The rumors are true. The Frost Saint Emperor's face darkened. He didn't expect Zhen Moyun to have taken the last step. He was only one step away from entering the 7th Order Saint realm. Pucci, Lu Lanshi and the other two were slightly weaker and were pushed back by the terrifying power released by the Sword Saint's hand. Die. All of you will accompany my younger brother in death. Sword Demon Yun roared as he placed the sword in the Sword Saint's hand. At the same time, his entire arm fused into the sword. Then, he suddenly raised his arm and the Sword Saint's hand floated in the air. The entire fire marrow mine trembled. This is, Fang Chen frowned as he performed the mixed universe sword art to block it. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the Sword Saint's hand was completely revealed. Although Fang Chen's mixed universe sword art was strong, it couldn't block the Sword Saint's hand at all. 7th Order. Fang Chen quickly retreated and said in a low voice. At the same time, a wisp of Sword Saint's hand's aura entered the hidden star sword, trying to destroy the internal structure of the hidden star sword. Buzz. When Fang Chen sensed this aura, the blood in his body instantly erupted and drilled into the hidden star sword, suppressing this aura. After being suppressed by the blood, the sword chi was immediately dissected and the internal operation was perfectly displayed in front of Fang Chen. Seeing the complicated patterns, Fang Chen was stunned and immediately fell into an epiphany. Sword art can be operated like this. Fang Chen exclaimed. The operation of the Sword Saint's hand was too mysterious. He only glanced at it and felt a great blow from the depths of his primordial spirit. Buzz. Countless images flashed quickly in his mind, all of which were images of him practicing the mixed universe sword art. Boom. In a few seconds, dense sword information gushed out crazily in his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. At this moment, he understood. With a shake of his wrist, the aura of the Sword Saint's hand was instantly crushed. At the same time, Fang Chen once again displayed the mixed universe sword art. However, this time, the power of the mixed universe sword art was much stronger than before. Because this was the 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art. The trouble of being stuck at a bottleneck was finally solved. Fang Chen mastered the 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art in one fell swoop. I see. Looking at the sword light that evolved into a prairie fire in the Demon Slayer formation, Fang Chen smiled brightly. He had taken the wrong path. If he didn't feel the power of the Sword Saint's hand and the internal patterns, he didn't know when he would be able to master this sword. The world of swords is completely natural. Fang Chen was in high spirits. The 8th sword of the mixed universe sword art seemed to have raised his understanding of the sword to a whole new level. When he looked at Zhen Moyun again, there was only a high fighting spirit in his eyes. It's useless. No one can resist my sword saint's hand unless they're a saint, Jen Moyun said coldly. In fact, he was overloaded when he displayed the sword saint's hand. He couldn't maintain it for a long time. However, it was enough to kill Fang Chen. Sword saint's hand. He bellowed once again. Under his control, the sword saint's hand charged toward Fang Chen from all directions. However, this time, the scales of victory were not tilted in his favor. The eighth sword of the mixed universe sword art unexpectedly blocked the sword saint's hand. The tip of the hidden star sword pierced into the sword saint's hand, blocking its path. Ah! Jen Moyun roared crazily. The sword saint's hand shone brightly, but it was useless. The sword art that he was proud of could no longer pose any threat to Fang Chen. No one can resist the sword saint's hand. Jen Moyun was in a frenzy. He wanted to avenge his brother. At this moment, he no longer regarded Fang Chen as a third-level holy king. Instead, he regarded him as an expert of the same level as himself. Your strongest sword art has been blocked by me. What else do you have? Fang Chen said. Ah! Angry roars reverberated throughout the fire essence mine. With a crack, Jen Moyun broke an origin mark in his body. His aura continued to soar. His power was like a flood breaking through a dam. Seventh level saint. Holy Emperor Frost exclaimed. Jen Moyun had broken through to the 7th level saint realm at this moment. Chapter 3552. After the Battle of the Gods, Jen Moyun was the most outstanding disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain. He had the potential to revive the sect. The Sword Saint Mountain had used all their resources to nurture Jen Moyun. He was shouldering the hopes of everyone in the Sword Saint Mountain. Therefore, Fang Chen wasn't surprised at all when Jen Moyun broke through. He clenched his fist. The hidden star sword seemed to have sensed the fluctuation in its master's heart and let out a loud sword cry. So far, no one had been able to force Fang Chen to use his strongest combat strength. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and exuded a strong fighting spirit. Come on, let me see how strong a 7th level saint is. Fang Chen growled. His voice was hoarse and the blood in his body was abnormally excited. Boom! Inside the Demon Slayer array, a terrifying aura was wreaking havoc. The aura of a 7th level saint forced Frost Saint Emperor and the other three to retreat. However, the power of the Demon Slayer array was greatly reduced when they took a few steps back. Rip! Countless terrifying sword lights emerged from Jen Moyun's body. They carried endless power and attacked the Demon Slayer array as if they wanted to tear it apart. Steady! The Frost Saint Emperor roared and hurriedly returned to his original position. The other three also woke up from their shock and hurriedly returned to the base of the array. They continued to work together to control the Demon Slayer array. At this moment, they didn't have the heart to care about how Fang Chen was so strong. All they wanted to do was to kill Jen Moyun as soon as possible. This person's potential was too monstrous. Once he stabilized his realm, the situation would change. The 5 of them might even die here. Facing Fang Chen's eagerness, a crazy smile appeared on Jen Moyun's face. He looked at Fang Chen with scarlet light shooting out from his eyes. It was as if he wanted to tear Fang Chen into pieces. He opened his palm, and the terrifying sword light gathered together to form a sword of light. The sword of light contained his life's strength. As long as this sword slashed down, not to mention Fang Chen, even an ordinary 7th level saint wouldn't be able to block it. Jen Moyun's mind was filled with thoughts of revenge. He slashed down with his sword. In the demonic Skyfire region, many disciples were still hunting fire demons. Of course, the top 10 disciples on the Saint Royal ranking were looking for opportunities to increase their strength. At a certain moment, everyone raised their heads at the same time and saw a magnificent scene. In the distant horizon, the clear sky was suddenly covered by thunderclouds. Lightning flickered and exploded. The entire magic Skyfire region instantly darkened. Everyone's hearts were trembling. What exactly happened? Why did such a phenomenon appear? At that moment, the top 10 experts on the Holy Royal ranking all came out of seclusion and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Some of the weaker Saint Emperors were forced back by the terrifying power of lightning. They were terrified to the extreme. Very soon, news spread in the demonic Skyfire region that someone was breaking through to the 7th rank Saint realm. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. When the news spread, Niu Mo, Luo Zi, Chu Xian, Tang Yi, Jiu Fu, and the other top experts on the Saint Royal ranking all moved to the place where the phenomenon was. Could it be him? A bull-headed man stood up on a rock. His eyes were filled with confusion. Among the top 10 on the Saint Emperor leaderboard, there's only that person who reached the 7th Order Saint realm before me. He was talking about the top genius on the Saint Royal ranking. Let's go and take a look. Niu Mo quickly flew towards the place where the phenomenon was. At the same time, Luo Zi from the Purple Robe sect, Chu Xian from the Nine Saint Palace, and Tang Yi, the personal disciple of old ancestor Yi Kang, all rushed over. As for the younger generation who were weaker, they all hid far away and did not dare to get close. They could feel that the lightning energy in the area covered by the thunderclouds was beyond what their physical bodies could withstand. They would definitely die if they went in. Who? Soon, a few cultivators appeared in the wasteland where the fire marrow mine was. The first to arrive was Jiu Fu, who used to be 9th on the Saint Royal ranking. As soon as he stopped, he saw Lin Yang coming from another direction. His expression changed, and he nodded to him in greeting. At their level, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Although he had been defeated by Lin Yang, there was no deep hatred between them. Furthermore, he represented the ancient clan, so he could not casually make enemies. What have you discovered? Lin Yang asked. Jiu Fu shook his head. The flame mine ahead should be the fire marrow mine. I'm guessing that the top 10 experts on the Saint Royal ranking are undergoing their tribulations. Just as the two were talking, there were a few more sounds. Chu Xian from the Nine Saint Palace, Luo Zi from the Purple Robe sect. Chu Xian was the holy son of the Nine Saint Palace. He gave off a majestic aura, and with his good reputation, he had made many friends. Lin Yang and Jiu Fu had a good relationship with him. You too. Chu Xian held a fan in his hand and smiled. The four of them stood in the wasteland, guessing who was undergoing their tribulations. The aura of the thunderclouds in the sky is very strong. The person undergoing their tribulation is definitely in the top 10 of the Saint Royal ranking. Even I wouldn't be able to do it. Chu Xian said. Luo Zi shook her head. Jiu Fu and Lin Yang looked at each other and narrowed the range. On the Saint Royal ranking, Chu Xian was 7th and Luo Zi was 6th. If the two of them couldn't do it, then the person undergoing the tribulation must be in the top 5. Who? At this moment, more experts arrived. You're early. The one who spoke was wearing crocodile armor and holding an ancient halberd. He was Tang Yi, 5th on the Saint Royal ranking. The other person was Niu Mo, 2nd on the Saint Royal ranking. After seeing the two of them, everyone was even more certain that the person undergoing the tribulation was the legendary 1st on the Saint Royal ranking. Far away, countless disciples of the sect exclaimed when they saw Chu Xian and the others. The top 10 disciples of the Saint Royal ranking are all gathered. How spectacular! I wonder who's undergoing the tribulation. No matter who it is, they'll be attacked by Chu Xian and the others. They'll interrogate them about the treasures they obtained from the fire marrow mine. Fang Chen, who was in the fire marrow mine, didn't know what was going on outside. Crack! At the base of the formation where the purple butterfly was, a huge hand suddenly appeared. With a forceful grip, the base of the formation was directly crushed. The Sword Saint's hand. After reaching the 7th step Saint realm, Zhen Moyun used the Sword Saint's hand again. However, this time, the Sword Saint's hand was so strong that it could sweep through Saint Emperors. Moreover, this was the Sword Saint's hand. Although it wasn't the ultimate Sword Saint's hand, its power wasn't something that ordinary Saint Emperors could resist. Chapter 3553. Wang. Fang Chen's understanding of the Demon Slayer formation was still at the beginner level. Its power couldn't reach the level of Huokong Saint. But even so, it wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Under normal circumstances, no one below the 7th level of the Saint realm would be able to withstand the power of the Demon Slayer formation. But Zhen Moyun was different. He had an origin mark sealed in his body. He activated the origin mark and forcefully absorbed it, stepping into the level 7 saint realm. Although saints and sage kings were only one step apart, there was a fundamental difference. The sword saint's hand formed from sharp metal sword chi destroyed one of the formation bases that the purple butterfly was guarding with ease. Immediately, the demon-slaying formation shook as if it was about to collapse. Oh no! Frost Saint King and the other two sensed that something was wrong. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their forces were locked by the sword saint's hand. They couldn't escape. Break! Jian Moyun's eyes turned red like a beast. He controlled the sword saint's hand and charged at Lu Lanshi with unparalleled sword chi. Among the four, Zi Dai and Lu Lanshi were the weakest. He chose to break through them. Condense. Fang Chen controlled the flame marrow or to form a barrier, blocking the attack of the sword saint's hand. Rip! The sword saint's hand exerted force, and wild sword chi surged out, messing up the barrier formed by the flame marrow or Fang Chen stepped forward, holding the hidden star sword, and slashed at the sword saint's hand. The demon slayer formation no longer had any effect on Jian Moyun. His strength had reached its peak. With the might of a saint, he clashed with the hidden star sword. Boom! 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 The terrifying chi blasted Frost Saint King and the other three away. At the same time, the demon slayer formation was completely shattered. The surrounding walls were destroyed, and countless flame marrow or fragments danced in the air. Outside, everyone felt the earth shake as if the end of the world had come. The thunderclouds in the sky became even denser. The lightning dragons swimming within them gathered together and transformed into a majestic giant dragon. It dove down and drilled into the fire essence vein that was shaking the earth and mountains. Did it work? Ox Demon and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. The top 10 on the Saint Royal ranking were basically all peak 6th rank Saint Emperors. Although there were differences in strength, the difference was not very big. Now, someone had broken through to the 7th Order Saint realm. This meant that their competitiveness had been weakened. Frost Saint Emperor, Sword Demon Cloud? It's still that monster at the top of the list. Xian guessed. Their gazes landed on Bull Demon because he was the only one who had fought against the top-ranked monster. Ox Demon shook his head in the face of everyone's gazes. His expression was complicated. When he thought back to that battle, his heart began to pound. It shouldn't be him. Ox Demon said. It's rumored that I fought with him for first place. In fact, I couldn't even block a single attack from him. I didn't even see his face from beginning to end. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The number 1 expert on the Holy Emperor ranking board had always been a mystery. Almost no one had seen him before and no one knew his identity. Even Bull Demon, who had fought with him before, did not see his face. This, Xian and the others exclaimed in disbelief. Although it was a few years ago, Ox Demon was already a peak 6th Order Saint Emperor at that time. His strength was not to be underestimated. Defeating Ox Demon in one move and not letting him see his face. Wasn't this strength too terrifying? Everyone's hearts palpitated as they pondered. Then, the person who broke through is most likely Frost Saint Emperor. Suddenly, Lin Yang's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. Everyone thought carefully. The possibility of it being Frost Saint Emperor was very high. Although the plan to fight for the Fire Marrow Mine was discussed by many top sects, it should be the Heaven-Defying Alliance's subjective idea. Since they dared to send a Saint Emperor disciple here, it means that they have nothing to fear. Xian also analyzed. The Heaven-Defying Alliance controls most of the cultivation resources in the God's Fall battlefield. They also know many secrets. It's understandable that Frost Saint Emperor broke through here. Everyone fell silent. They had strange expressions as they stared at the Fire Marrow Mine. At this moment, the battle in the Fire Marrow Mine had reached its climax. Whoosh! In the void, a terrifying sword chi pierced through Sword Saint Emperor's hand. However, it only pierced through and was instantly crushed by Sword Saint Emperor's hand. Thump! Thump! Fang Chen's body retreated as he felt an unprecedented impact. He licked the blood on his lips. His eyes were overflowing with fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a battle on the edge of life and death. Today, he could finally fight to his heart's content. Flame Demon King could no longer hold back. He was about to attack but was stopped by Fang Chen. Frost Saint Emperor and the other three climbed up from the ground and retreated to a safe area. They stared at the battlefield without blinking. They gradually understood that Fang Chen was tempering himself. Amazing. Saint Emperor Morbai sighed. As a third-level holy king, he dared to train himself under the might of a seventh-level saint. This in itself required a great deal of courage. Junior brother Fang is not simple. They had been indifferent at the start of the team mission. Later, they were shocked. Now, they were trembling. Frost Saint Emperor's attitude towards Fang Chen had changed completely. He admired Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's strength had surpassed his. Now, he finally understood why Yun Luo Peak wanted Fang Chen to take part in this mission. I have cultivated for so many years. Junior brother Fang is the strongest third-level Saint King I have ever seen, Purple Butterfly said softly. Previously, Fang Chen had saved her life. She was very grateful. A third-level Saint King against a seventh-level Saint King. It was simply a fantasy. However, Fang Chen had done it. Sword after sword, attack after attack. Although every time, he would be blocked by Sword Saint Emperor's hand and might even be sent flying, he still enjoyed the intense battle. Damn it. Sword Demon Yun also noticed this. He roared angrily and attacked with all his might, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Indeed, under the pressure of a life-and-death battle, I improve rapidly. Fang Chen said. After such a short battle, the 8th sword of the mixed element sword art had been completed. He had also touched the threshold of the 9th sword. In the past, he would not even dare to think about it. After a fierce collision, Fang Chen quickly retreated. It's about time. There is no point in continuing the battle. The battle here would definitely attract the attention of many disciples of the magic Skyfire domain. Once the higher-ups of the other sects arrived, it would be troublesome. Sword Demon Yun felt that the energy in his body was quickly depleting. He did not want to drag on any longer. He opened his hands and the origin star floated in his palms. He was ready to make the final attack. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the depths of the Fire Marrow Mine. Chapter 3554. Jian Moyun was prepared for a lose-lose situation. He used his strongest attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's tempering had already reached a limit. There was no point in continuing to fight. Jian Moyun formed the Sword Saint's hand again. A majestic aura surged out from the Sword Saint's hand, causing the sky and earth to change color. The surrounding fire essence veins were unable to withstand the terrifying impact and were directly annihilated. Die! Jian Moyun's eyes were bloodshot as he went into a frenzy. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to tear this despicable guy into pieces. Roar! Just as the Sword Saint's hand was about to touch Fang Chen, a demonic beast's roar came from the depths of the Fire Marrow Mine. Immediately after, the Fire Devil King's aura filled every corner of the fire essence vein. The tall and sturdy Fire Devil King rushed out of the lava and rushed over. Crack! It was too powerful. With just a claw, it tore the Sword Saint's hand apart. It then opened its mouth and bit at Jian Moyun. Boom! The Sword Saint's hand shattered, causing a strong backlash to Jian Moyun. His organs were shattered and he was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Poochie! He spat out blood and his face was pale. No. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept the reality in front of him. He was the chief disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain and the strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation in the Godfall battlefield. His attainments in the way of the sword had reached an extremely high level. Especially after entering the magic sky fire domain, he had refined the fire core and taken the most important step. He had also refined the origin mark and entered the 7th rank Saint realm. He had been ambitious and wanted to challenge the top of the Saint Royal ranking. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a 3rd rank Saint King? Run! Seeing the Fire Demon King rushing towards him, he did not even think. He activated the remaining energy in his body and ran away. However, He did not know that this was the fire marrow mine and Fang Chen was the ruler here. Fang Chen secretly controlled the fire marrow mine and changed its internal structure to block Zhen Moyun's escape route. At the same time, the Fire Demon King was extremely fast and caught up with Zhen Moyun in the blink of an eye. Rip! At this moment, Sword Demon Cloud no longer had the strength to fight. He was unable to withstand the Fire Demon King's attack and was torn apart by the latter's claws. Ah! Miserable cries reverberated throughout the fire essence mine. After a long time, the voice disappeared, and the Flame Devil King was nowhere to be found. The Frost Holy Emperor and the other three looked at each other, feeling extremely shocked. Zhen Moyun is dead, murmured Saint Emperor Han Bing. Beside him, Saint Emperor Mo Bai was speechless. Lu Lanshi and Zi Dai were dumbfounded. Junior brother Fang is truly too powerful. Saint Emperor Mo Bai sighed. Even though the Flame Demon King had killed Zhen Moyun at the last moment, there was no doubt about Fang Chen's strength. The fact that he could fight with Zhen Moyun, who was a 7th Order Saint, was enough to prove his strength. Hoo. The fire essence vein regained its calm, and the ground was covered in blood. When the Frost Saint Emperor and the others saw Fang Chen, they quickly walked towards Fang Chen. What happened when we arrived just now? Why did the Fire Demon King attack Zhen Moyun? Asked Lu Lanshi. That Fire Demon King should be the leader of the Fire Demon clan in the demonic Skyfire domain. He should have been hiding in the fire essence vein and was awakened by our battle, said Fang Chen. He did not say that the Fire Demon King had recognized him as his master. Outside, Bull Demon and the others felt that the ground was shaking. Their gazes all landed on the fire essence load. Is it over? Lin Yang asked softly. Ji Fu's expression changed, and he was confused. There's no movement. It should be over. The one who spoke was Tang Yi. His body flashed and he came to the entrance of the fire essence vein. He looked down, and what entered his eyes was a chaotic battle scene. That is, he cried out when he saw the Frost Saint Emperor and the others. Why are they here? Was it Frost Holy Emperor who had broken through to the Saint Realm? Tang Yi's expression changed. He was ranked 5th on the Holy Emperor leaderboard, while Frost Holy Emperor was ranked 4th. Their strength was similar. However, if Frost Holy Emperor had really broken through to the Saint Realm, there would be an insurmountable gap between them. Tang Yi could not accept that. What's going on? The others also rushed over. When they saw Fang Chen and the others, they were shocked. In the fire essence vein, Fang Chen shrugged. He knew that the battle would alert many people, but he did not expect to be discovered so quickly. Let's go and take a look. They would have to face it sooner or later. Since they had been discovered, it was time to face it. Under Fang Chen's lead, the 5 of them walked out of the fire essence vein. Frost Holy Emperor, were you the one who was undergoing the tribulation? Bull Demon could not help but ask. However, he soon felt that something was wrong. Frost Holy Emperor did not have the aura of a 7th rank saint. No, you did not break through. Then what happened just now? Bull Demon frowned. The others also looked at Frost Holy Emperor. Why do I feel that there are remnants of sword chi in the air? Tang Yi said. It's the Sword Saint Mountain's sword chi. There must have been a great battle here. Tang Yi's eyes were cold as he stared at Saint Emperor Ice. What happened? Why are you in the fire marrow mine? Bull Demon's body also emitted a powerful aura that threatened Saint Emperor Frost. Frost Saint Emperor glanced at Fang Chen. The latter took a step forward and stood with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, when we were hunting fire demons, we accidentally discovered the fire marrow mine. As soon as we entered, we discovered Sword Saint Mountain's sword demon Yun. Then, Fang Chen made up a lie. He said that Zhen Moyun had used his power to take revenge and had attacked them. In the end, they defeated him and he escaped into the depths of the fire essence vein. So, the one who just broke through was Zhen Moyun? The geniuses on the Saint Royal ranking were confused. If Zhen Moyun had broken through to the 7th rank Saint Realm, how could he have been defeated by Saint Emperor Ha Ning and the others? They looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. They thought that there was a secret in the fire essence vein. Saint Emperor Frost, none of us here are fools. If you've discovered anything, just tell us straight away. Demon Ox said. There was a hint of threat in his voice. Humph, junior brother Fang already said it clearly. Jian Moyun wanted to kill us, but we defeated him and he escaped into the depths of the fire essence vein. If you don't believe me, go and find him yourself. Frost Holy Emperor sneered. Besides, they were also disciples of the Heaven-defying Alliance. How could they lose their morale? I've always suspected that the Heaven-defying Alliance had more information about the fire essence vein. Looking at the current situation, it should be true. Tang Yi said, it's fine that the Heaven-defying Alliance bullies others, but now you want to take the resources that all of our sect share. Dream on. After Tang Yi spoke, the others also expressed their support. Back then, the rules set by the various forces were that the ownership of the fire essence vein was determined by the proportion of fire cores. Now, the disciples of the Heaven-defying Alliance have broken the rules by trespassing, Lin Yang said coldly. Frost Holy Emperor, please give us an explanation. Fang Chen looked at this scene quietly. He knew that these people were just using this as an excuse. What they really wanted was the so-called unfounded secret. After such a big commotion, they were sure that the disciples of the Heaven-defying Alliance had obtained great benefits and wanted to threaten them. I've said what I should say. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Frost Holy Emperor's attitude was firm. The people on the Holy Emperor ranking looked at each other. Then Lin Yang stepped forward and said mockingly, I've long heard that Frost Holy Emperor is very strong. I, Lin Yang, would like to see it for myself. Before Frost Holy Emperor could speak, Fang Chen spoke first. You can't. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lin Yang glared at him. Humph, how dare a loser like you boast in front of me? Back then, when Lin Yang and Ji Yufu fought, Fang Chen did not want to be entangled with Lin Yang and escaped directly. However, he left Lin Yang with the impression that Fang Chen was no match for him. Therefore, he was so arrogant in front of Fang Chen now. If you didn't escape quickly that day, you might have died in my hands. Lin Yang sneered. What? Do you want to die? Fang Chen did not speak. Frost Holy Emperor's face was gloomy. Everyone, the disciples of the Heaven-defying Alliance don't cause trouble, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid of trouble, Purple Butterfly said. Even Jian Moyun, who had stepped into the 7th rank Saint realm, was severely injured by them. They were not afraid of these people in front of them. Humph, I'll cause trouble today. What can you do about it? Lin Yang was very arrogant. He took a step forward and a terrifying aura swept across the world. He looked straight at Fang Chen. Do you dare to attack? Facing Lin Yang's provocation, Fang Chen shrugged helplessly. This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to die, Fang Chen said. I won't attack, but once I do, there will be blood. This sentence made Lin Yang even angrier. You're courting death. Lin Yang attacked with lightning speed. The triple origin fire in the void was collapsing. He clenched his fist and punched out. Boom. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. With a sound, Lin Yang flew out and crashed heavily on the ground. Everyone looked over and gasped in shock. This was especially true for Ji Yufu, who was in a state of shock. Back then, he had said with his own eyes that Fang Chen was no match for Lin Yang and escaped into the void. Now, not long after, Lin Yang was seriously injured by the other party. It was unbelievable. What's going on? Ox Demon and the others looked curiously at Fang Chen. Ah! Lin Yang got up from the ground, spitting out blood. He roared angrily and unwillingly. He rushed at Fang Chen again, but the result was the same. Fang Chen sent him flying with a simple punch. His attack was no threat to Fang Chen. Boom. Finally, after being sent flying for the 3rd time, Lin Yang lost his ability to fight. He sat on the ground in a daze, unwilling to wake up.